go. Meow, meow, meow. Hello, 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 and welcome back to Satyen Reads. Today we return with The Maze Cutter by James Dashner, as per requested by one of our viewers. We are on part 2. Let's see how far we can get with this thing. Honestly, maybe we can get through part 3 even at this point. That's why I tried to start like as early as I could. Make sure that the audio is at an adequate level. Meow, meow, meow. Harv did say last time that it was a bit low. Hello, hello, hello. All right, I'm gonna push it up just a smidge. Is that too loud? Is that good? What do you think? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I mean, honestly, I think that's a bit too loud, but how about right there, y'all? Howdy, y'all. This is SpongeBob. Okay. Hello, 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 and welcome back. We are here. Oh shoot! We need to go ahead and post the things. Meow, 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 meow. All right, so I need to keep the mic right here, right in front of my face. La la lum lum. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Da da dum. Da 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 dum. La 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 la. No 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 la 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 meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. All right, let's just go for it. We're not wasting time with that. Is there a way to post it again? Here, no, not what we're trying to do. Oh well. From a cold steel rail, smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? And they got you to try. Meow, meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. uh Where the lost souls living in a van, year after year, na 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 na. Wish you were here. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow na 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 na. All right, we are ready to go. We completed the tweets. We've done the blue skies. What would you call the blue skies? Are we burden? We double burden. We double birded it. La la la. No, no, no. Hello, 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 and welcome back yet again. Okay, posted the story. We've done the tweet. I posted in the Discord because unfortunately, I still haven't set that up yet. What do I need? What? I think it's me. I think it's me6 that does my YouTube announcements. So hopefully I can do like 2 of them. All right. I think that this mic is at a decent distance from my face. All right. Audio sounds good. I think we are just about ready to go. Here's liberty for you and for me. So Helldivers 2, things are happening. There's an event coming. You think? Oh, I'm pretty sure they've announced the Illuminate, the new enemy. I don't know any of this sort of stuff. I have not been. I did not watch the video. I have not been keeping up with. Japan's been posting it, and I've been keeping an eye on it. But I don't know the exact specific details. But it seems there's new Illuminate enemies coming. There was this whole big, like puzzle solving Discord event that they had going on just recently. Very cool. Very, very cool. Getting the whole community involved and everything like that. But yeah, the update, man, this update, hopefully it's gonna be really good. Hopefully. In other news, Evan, GG Gamers is back in the Minecraft realm. So we should be streaming some Minecraft pretty soon. I have to go show off what Japan's been building, adding on to my build, helping me, you know, like basically detailing my build. So we'll do that soon. More Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Soon. I have to defeat that paintress. I've posted some pictures, not all of them, but some of the pictures from the Arboretum. I'm gonna go check that out on the socials. Here's our links. Nightbot, are you awake? Nightbot. Okay, yeah. Before we can get going, we gotta make sure Nightbot is here. Follow Japan Spits at Japan Spits on YouTube, like the dog, doing some Helldivers, maybe some Call of Duty. Who knows what that guy's up to? He does what he wants. There we go. All of them. Yes. One more. There you are. Okay. And then this we don't have a link to this channel because we're already here. Thank you for joining me. And we are ready to go. Let me just finish this cup of tea and we'll get started with part 2 of The Maze Cutter by James Dashner. In part 1, we were going through the 3 different storylines. So we have the Godhead, we have the orphans, and we have the people on the island who are the descendants of the people from the first Maze Runner book. People who are immune to the flare virus. The flare virus being, oh my God, this is what we learned. I mean, I don't even know. Maybe we learned it in this book. So anyway, the flare virus, so the solar flares wiped out humanity, like infrastructure, this and that. And then, so that people wouldn't suffer, the people in charge went in introduced the flare virus to kill everyone off. This is a fricked up world. This is a very fricked up world, man. Okay, and here we are at part 2. Meow 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 dee 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 down la 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 dee 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 da dum la 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 dee 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 da 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 dum dee 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 dum da dum da 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 dum da dum dee 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 dum bum 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 ba dum. Meow 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 meow. Part 2, Water and Earth. I'm left to wonder about the future, and all I can see is the past, a past emptied of wonder, a future I'll never see. That doesn't make a lick of bloody sense, but it sounds brilliant, don't you think? The Book of Newt. Chapter 6, Below and Above. 1, Alexandra. We're here with the Godhead. She sat in the cold. Oh, I forgot. 1 sec. Shut up, cat. Audio's fine, so I just need to turn myself down because I'm very distracting. I am very distracting. She sat in the cold, wet air of the underneath all that hung above, beyond the stone and cement and steel, beyond the barrier of what was and what would be. Somewhere, even higher, unseen at the moment, the real sky loomed like a dome. She's in the maze. She's in the old maze with its fake sky. The real sky loomed like a dome, droopy and drenched, gray clouds billowing angrily, as if prepping for the torrent that brought both life and misery to the inhabitants below. It'd been a week since she'd encountered Mikhail here at the box, a week since his revelations and pronouncements. He was opening the box or something, right? Terrible utterances of opening the box and using its contents to erase everything they had built, or contrarily, trying to increase the evolution to such extremes that all may be erased regardless. In a word, danger. Too much danger to take these leaps now, especially with the return of Nicholas Romanov, glory in the highest, God of all who tread, the one above two, he who sees the tip of the spear, and so on. More like the butt of the donkey, she thought. Ass of the ass. Oh, she longed for the day she'd finally say that to the man's face. That day was coming soon. The buffoon had gotten far too big for his britches, what with these plans to utilize the contents of the box for good or eternal ill. The time had simply not come yet for those decisions, but she had to tread carefully. He still held the cards, if not the whole deck, and she had to play things right, keep to his rules. The day was coming. Her day. Alexandra shivered. The box had been opened, its priceless artifact removed, all in the blue swift of nights, unless Mikhail had conspired with Nicholas, and he might have, she had no illusions about that. They were at a very serious crossroads. Decades of work, decades of planning, decades of protecting the box and what it held within, decades of hunting down those who dared speak aloud hints of what they dreamed in their restless sleep. Words dribbling from their crooked mouth like saliva sprang out through the snores and grunts and moans of those exhilarated by their traitorous dreams. All citizens, no matter their pedigree, no matter their accomplishments or education or proofs of loyalty, all had been treated the same. The god had loved their people, but they loved the ultimate survival of their people even more. Perhaps it was irony, but for the love and grace and beauty, others, and this couldn't be said with more clarity, others had to die. Those who dissented, those who resented, those who rebelled, namely the ones who simply did not understand the majestic leap of humanity the Godhead had planned. Planned for decades. Having come full circle with her thoughts, Alexandra shifted on her cool stone chair and stared with dry eyes at the black pane of the open box. The doors slid into their side compartments, and darkness shone from beneath that open space as if the negative of light itself, beaming into the air with thick, oily blackness that could destroy all brightness in its path. Alexandra stood up and walked to the squared edge of empty air, its depth impossible to discern in such darkness. But her servants had been down there, scoured its every inch, found nothing. She tried to clear her throat, but a rough saw of ice had seemingly lodged itself there, making every breath painful. She needed to leave immediately. The sacred demeanor of the godhead mattered most, even above her own desires. For now, she couldn't show the slightest weakness. Digits, breathing techniques, whatever it took. Sometimes she laid her hands softly in her lap, as if a princess resting in peace, all the while digging sharp and deep into her own palm with a nail. Mikhail had promised her. He swore not to open the box until he, Nicholas, and Alexandra met together and made plans, set a path. She didn't feel they were ready, and she had the raw confidence in herself to convince Nicholas of that, if not the ever-growing fanatic, Mikhail. Besides that, every decision made by the Godhead was supposed to be unanimous or nothing. That had been their creed, and should always be their creed. So regardless of Mikhail's unstable promises, the box should not have been opened. Period. Not only had she not agreed to it, she hadn't even been asked, at least not by Nicholas, their leader. They were cutting her out. A terrible thought, a ringing, horrible thought, but it hovered there, in her mind, almost a tangible, touchable thing. She could almost see it floating in her vision, and it looked a lot like Mikhail. What had she done? Where had she gone wrong? Why was Nicholas hiding from her, making excuses not to see her? Gloria's vision of her world seemed to be collapsing, the pieces falling, the pieces getting larger. She heard a cough. Her servant Flint and several members of the Evolutionary Guard waited nearby. They packed together about 100 meters away, cowering beneath an ancient tree that had been dead for many years. She didn't have to look to know that each one of them had stained necks from gawking at the massive surroundings of the maze cavern. None of them had ever been here. Alexandra had broken a sacred rule bringing them down, not to mention the risk involved. As she gazed at the vacant doors, so long closed, now open, she thought that the other sacred rules might be broken soon. Very soon. She's upset, too, that they cut her out. So she's like, you know what? I was going to do whatever the frick I want. Much of her life, she had acted a part, played a role. She returned to that now. Standing up, she summoned an odd mixture of rage and confusion, pulling in what she needed from the flaring discipline. She marched toward her entourage with an inspired, terrifying gait, and enjoyed not a little the fear that sparked in their eyes. With a booming voice that belied her diminutive stature, she spewed an onslaught of words at them, high-minded nonsense purposefully designed to mean nothing, while also geared to scare the living hell out of people. They jumped into position, surrounding her, matching her speed, wisely keeping silent. Nicholas was watching, of this she had no doubt. With less control, she might have smiled, but she didn't smile. She raged. She needed to be alone. Flint, after we get back, you have the night off. Everyone has the night off. On they went, leaving the maze behind. 2. Isaac. Land. As far as the planets, Isaac clung to the rusty flakes of the railing as salty spray blossomed in the air with each bump of the ship's prow upon the shallowing waters. Droplets licked his face in icy patches, a thrill that almost matched the awe of seeing the world he'd only ever known from the lips of old men and women. From stories told around a flickering fire in the night, shadows alive with the possibilities of the past, of horrors and fears replacing the joys of what once was. Sound like a grandpa, he thought. So, what's her name? So the woman on the vessel on the maze cutter came, and she shot all of the other passengers on the vessel because they didn't want to follow through with the plan, and she's all about the plan, right? I'm pretty sure. Refresher on that one. A woman named Kletter. Mhm. Had that big old weapon that she was using with like static. Godhead and the remnant nation, not the orphans. That's all right. All right. Yes, yes. All right. And they're headed for Los Angeles. All right. A long line of sandy beach awaited them, the slow creep of the ocean eroding the flat coast with endless patience. Beyond that yellow white beach, Isaac might have expected what he'd seen all his life, rising swells of green forest and jutting rock, eclipsing the horizon with jagged peaks of volcanic stone. But instead, he saw a vista of human built invasions of nature, endless blocks and pillars of civilization, buildings competing with each other to be the tallest or the ugliest. He had heard of cities his whole life, he had even seen pictures in the few ancient books they possessed on the island he'd left behind. But never could any of that have prepared him for what lay before his eyes. A city. A real city, all broken glass and cement and wood and metal, each element duly reflecting the sunshine with a tired and lifeless lethargy. Although Isaac had never seen such a place alive and bustling, he could tell that it was dead all the same. Where once humans had roamed and ruled, nature was conquering its way back in. The closer they got to shore, the more trees and plants and vines he saw in places where they didn't seem to belong. Home, sweet home, someone shouted from behind, a voice lost in the roar of waves and splash. Isaac didn't bother to look, determined to be the first one of their haggard crew to sight a crank. The word came up like a demon from the depths of his mind, from the darkest parts. He'd not meant it when the thought formed. He'd just been eager to see another living human being, a sign of movement, any sign of life. But crank had formed in his mind, a word he associated with all the ills of the world, as clearly as if someone had carved it in the stone of his thoughts. It was an awful word, letters of the boogeyman, a sound that conjured images of bloodshot eyes and broken teeth and severed limbs, things that had been described to him but never seen. Still, he saw them, somehow, in those dark parts of his mind from where the hideous words sprung. Against all logic, he'd hoped to never come across such a creature in this new world to which he'd been taken by Cletter and her depressing boat. He was in less than a chipper mood, despite the obvious excitement of finally completing the vomit fest of a voyage. He'd puked up enough half-digested food to feed a village. Nice. To feed a village of fish along the way, unhappily spewing it over the side railings once or twice a day. Of course, some of it had been fish. He was cracking up. He needed to get off the damn boat, even if a welcome committee of hungry cranks greeted them on the beach. Can you believe this? Sedina said right in his ear, and for a half second he thought he'd leaped out of his own skin. What if I told you a month ago that we'd be here, back in the world? Isaac tried to relax, uncomfortable with the fact that he was so jumpy, like a premonition that nothing good would happen once they landed. Sedina plopped down next to him and squeezed her leg under the lowest railing, letting them dangle over the spray. You'll get wet, he deadpanned, as he was soaked from head to toe. Might catch cold. Or the flare, she said. I hear that's a problem in these parts. Isaac hadn't fully realized his uber sour mood until that moment. He just felt like total crap, all the excitement of reaching their destination having drained into the passing water. So many dangers, not only the cranks, but the stupid virus that turned them into cranks. Who knew if they were immune? Cletter surely didn't. As smart as that lady acted and spoke, she seemed to have 100 questions for every answer she dredged up. It didn't help matters that she was still having a hard time with her recovery. Come on, Isaac, Sedina said. We're going to land in half an hour or so, and you're acting like it's the end of the world. That got her a glare that both of them knew she deserved, and both of them knew she deserved it. Bad choice of words, she muttered, trying to hold back a smile. What the hell is she so happy about? Just nervous, he said, just anxious. Me too, but excited and scared. I wish he knew more. They talked things to death over the 2-week journey across the choppy sea, deciphering every bit of information from Clitter they could. But mostly, their conversations consisted of guesses on top of more guesses. How many people were on the planet? How many of them were sick? Had the flare mostly burned itself out? Were there any cranks left, the walking nightmares of Isaac's childhood campfire stories? They couldn't blame Clutter too much for the lack of answers. She had lived a pretty isolated life herself. That was the very definition of current human civilization, according to her. Life. Isolated. Isaac started to say something, hesitated, then spit it out. I keep thinking about cranks. She didn't respond right away. The beach was only a kilometer or so in the distance now, the city behind it rising like the ugly teeth of a planet-sized god. The air smelled of salt and garbage and rot. I don't think we're going to find any cranks, she finally said. Not like they were when our grandparents and grandmammies barely escaped. I mean, it's not like those crazy people fell in love and had a bunch of babies, not the ones past the gone or whatever. What's left are probably descendants of the few survivors or something different, something in between, I guess. Isaac shivered with cold, and it wasn't just the water splashing upon the wind. Hell's bells, he whispered, having no idea what he meant. But it seemed to fit the mood just right. Interesting. So yeah, evolution of, these freaking crank things. So they're not crazy. They're the godheads, right? That's the new version of cranks. But then are they also the remnant? No, the remnant. What's the remnant? What are they looking? Remember what the remnants are after, what their goal is. Petter had been a crappy boat captain when they set sail, and she was a crappy boat captain when they docked at the long cement pier. The starboard side of the ship slammed into the pier, then scraped along until the sheer friction slowed them to a stop. Carson and Dominic had barely pulled their feet back before getting shortened for life, then recovered their wits and jumped onto the pier to tie them down. The whole escapade had put the fear of God in Isaac enough that he forgot about cranks and viruses for a solid minute or two. But then a silence, like covered earth, settled upon them, broken only by the soft lapping of the waves, a stillness as well. For the first time in Isaac's life, and for most of the others, they were connected to the land of the real world, the one they'd been hearing about. They're actually on solid ground, the one they'd been hearing about all their lives, the one that had been flushed down the latrine of apocalypse. No one spoke. Cletter, a few pounds heavier than when she'd first arrived on the island, but still gaunt and pale and ill-looking, came out of the boat's cabin, a place she'd hardly left during the voyage. Without a word, she walked to the edge of the craft and jumped the half-foot gap to the cement pier, which was laden with cracks, pitted like some beast with iron teeth had taken a chomping to it. She was shivering and stood there on the pier for a minute or two, her head bowed, cupping her elbows in both hands as if to warm them. Isaac and his friends watched her, this strange new world becoming a church, waiting for her to start some ancient ceremony. Old Man Frypan, Old Man Frypan broke the reverence. What are we waiting on, people? I gotta take my hourly piss, and I'd like to use an actual tree on actual dirt. Someone snickered, and to Isaac's shock, he realized it had been Cletter herself. She turned to them and said, Come on then, trust me, not a soul on this boat is happier than I am to be back in North America. I'm gonna take a bath for 3 days and eat about 7 cans of chili and take a break from you people. With that less than religious benediction, she started walking down the pier toward the land of their new life. Old Man Frypan was the first one to follow, then everybody, all at once. This was Los Angeles, Cletter said. I mean, still is, I guess. City of the Dead Angels. They stood on the trash-strewn road, as cracked and worn as the pier, abandoned chunks of metal and glass with 4 wheels, sometimes more, sometimes less. They scattered like thrown toys wherever you looked. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, bicycles. Isaac's parents and grandparents had described the old world to him ad nauseum, but that didn't lessen the impact of seeing it for real. Spectacular. Buildings spiked the area, growing bigger and broader and taller the further away from the beach they stood. All of them bore marks of abandonment, destruction, erosion, decay, countless broken windows, charred remains of fire, vegetation growing in places it had no business growing. In the distance towered a majestic cluster of the main part of the city. Impossible structures loomed over the land, their tips almost touching the skyscrapers, Isaac said. Those are skyscrapers. It must have sounded dumb, but awe filled him top to bottom. Miss Cohen, Old Man Firebrand, even Willem and Alvarez, the 2 members of Congress who'd been convinced to come, were just as taken aback as the youngsters, mouths open but speechless. Isaac glanced at his friends, enjoyed seeing their wonder. Sedina and Trish, arm in arm, rotated in a slow circle, taking in the sights. Miyoko stared at one building in particular, a massive thing that looked like the arm of a god, as if she were determined to analyze each and every structure one by one. Dominic stood inches from her, his eyes darting to all kinds of places, perhaps worried he might miss something grand. The West Siders who joined them and became honorary East Siders, in Isaac's opinion, Carson, Jackie, and Lacey, were no different in their awe. Carson, in particular, giant of a man that he was, seemed to shrink into a wide-eyed child given a room full of toys. Jackie, absently running a hand down the length of her long braid of hair, also turned in a circle, trying to take in everything at once. Lacey, the shortest one of the bunch, had her arms folded in defiance, as if she refused to believe the city around them was actually real. This is insane, Trish whispered. I can't believe my own eyeballs. Dominic replied, I can't believe your own eyeballs either. Wow. How did a place like this ever function? Jackie asked. All the people. I mean, I can't even imagine the logistics of... Her voice trailed off. Miyoko held her arms up to the sky, then let them flop back down. Our grandparents held back on us. This is way cooler than I ever imagined. Old Man Firepan perked up at that. It's not like we were living the good life. The world had already gone to hell in a bucket when we were kids. It wasn't like we wanted to sit around the fire and talk about the good old days. The good old days shat the bed long before I shat my first diaper. Cletter let out a motherly sigh, as if Dominic had made a fart joke. Think we'd all be blown away if we could have seen it before the flare. Imagine all those places filled with light, the air with music and car horns, people walking shoulder to shoulder, eating and laughing. I'd give my left foot for time travel. Her conjuring of the past just made the present that much quieter and more empty. Besides the birds, besides the distant susurration of the ocean, besides the rustle of the wind in the tree leaves, the city was a tomb. Are there any people here? Miyoko asked. Cranks, Isaac thought. She meant cranks. Cletter sighed again. Maybe that was just how the woman breathed. We don't really know what happened here. A lot of flood damage, a lot of bones, a lot of nothing. But no people. They all died or left, I guess decades ago. It's why my people set up camp on top of a mountain nearby. It seemed like we had the whole place to ourselves, although it's not much of a place. You go to some cities, they actually have things like grocery stores and hospitals up and running. At least that's what we hear. That's not for us. What is for you? Alvarez asked, a quiet fellow who hardly ever spoke. Cletter cut him a glare that made Isaac think the man had said something wrong. Sedina, all of you, why on earth's name do you think I just went through hell and back to get you people here? And she cut off abruptly and looked away. They all knew what she didn't have to say. She killed her own friends, associates, whoever they've been, to accomplish the task of getting here with residents of the island in tow. Never mind, she finally said. You all came by your own choice. You'll understand a lot more once we get to the villa. It's about 2 days' hike from here. Isaac and his friends spent a moment exchanging glances. No one said a word, but eyes attempted to communicate things, although Isaac wasn't quite sure what. The air had taken on an ominous, heavy feel, as if they'd been so preoccupied with getting off the ocean that the prospect of what awaited them had only just now occurred. That was, of course, far from the truth. Isaac had spent many sleepless nights wondering about the old world and the many terrors that resided there. And now, there was here. Miss Cohen spoke up. We spent our whole lives hearing about what happens to people who caught the flare, cranks, whatever you want to call them. Do we have to worry about people like that leaping out of these dark buildings, coming out of the sewers, jumping out of trees? Those questions gave Isaac a shiver that started at his feet and shimmied itself all the way up to his shoulders. But he was glad someone finally put a voice to his fears. He wasn't the only one who looked at Old Man Frypan, his face a mask of mystery. What must he be thinking? The only one in their company who'd been in the pleasure of hanging out with cranks. Cletter wearily shook her head. Y'all think I'm a wealth of knowledge, don't you? I know maybe 10% more about the world than you do, if that. But as far as I do know, in this city at least, cranks are a thing of the past. I've never seen one, not a single one. So we're safe, Dominic declared. That made Cletter bark a laugh that echoed off the decayed walls of the closest buildings, and she went on laughing for a solid 5 seconds. Then the smile swept right off her face like she'd wiped it with a rag. You're not safe, boy, she said. You're never going to be safe again. Now let's get walking. Interesting. Is that a threat? Part 5. It was a long walk through the streets filled with trash and weeds, past buildings broken and crooked. Under a sky that slowly darkened toward dusk, to Isaac, the rusted skeletons of old vehicles remained the starkest reminder that this place had once been inhabited by humans. Despite the rotted wheels, the broken glass, and the faded paint, their purpose remained obvious. A carriage for people who no longer existed, like hands and feet without a body to move them. The buildings took on a tableau of nature as if they were mountains and hills, ridges of stone, their surfaces riddled with countless caves and the mysteries of the deep earth. As they trudged their way along filthy roads towards a rise of foothills scabbed with bushes and scrub oak, Isaac noticed pockets of odor that brought back the nausea of their sea voyage. Although he tried to deny it, he knew they were the smells of rotting bodies, the wet decay of flesh. Animals, he thought, convincing himself. Just animals. It's been too long for it to be people. Cranks, his mind screamed at him. It spurred him to ask a question, make people talk. He addressed the distinguished members of Congress, all of whom looked like 3 days of rough road, as his grandpa used to say. What made you guys do this? Miss Cohen looked at him, a little dazed from daydreaming. Do what? Isaac couldn't help his chastising expression, no matter her age. This, he gestured at his friends, at the city. Go against the other Congress folks and bring us on this trip. Sedina's mom shrugged. It was the right thing to do. Sonia, famous Sonia, was Sedina's paternal grandma, and Cletter says that means something important. We know that, Mom, Sedina piped in, but there has to be something else, for all 3 of you. Wilhelm, the oldest and crankiest of the 3, the one who seemed the most likely to have dreamed as a child about taking over the island and becoming a dictator someday. So his reply surprised Isaac. I was sick of that place, the older, bald, tired, wrinkled man said. To be honest with you all, I didn't care much about Cletter's reasons. I just wanted off the island. A chance to see the world. It was a prison to me. Always was. Same, Alvarez agreed. He of few words. Same. He of one word for the moment. What about you, Mom? Sedina asked. Miss Cohen shrugged. Maybe there was a little of that, or a lot. I don't know. But if there's even a small chance that a few samples of your blood or whatnot can change the world for the better, we have to take it. And I know you agree with me, sweetie. It's not like we haven't talked this to death already. That's right. She's the descendant of Newt and his sister, Sonia. All right, all right. We're remembering things. We are remembering things, chap. But there was no records of Sonia or something like that, right? I believe. Um, Sedina only nodded, then gave her mom a quick side hug. You'll all feel better soon, Cletter said. If it makes you happy, when we reach the villa, you can have a knife to my throat and slit it the moment you think you've been betrayed. You won't be. You'll finally know we did the right thing. And coming back, the villa. At some point, she started referring to her mythical compound with this fancy moniker, as if they should know what it meant. Lacey surprised them all when she was the one to respond. I'll do it. I'll have a knife to her throat, she shrugged, just in case, you know. Cletter smiled, a curiosity more rare than Lacey speaking. Sounds like a good plan to me. That kind of shut everyone up for a while. Part 6. They reached the steeper incline of the foothills. Businesses and shops transitioned to once bright, dilapidated homes. Their yards gone rogue with the hideous choking weeds that could survive with little water. Each and every house looked haunted to Isaac. No one said much as they made their way through the creepy neighborhoods. If the others were like him, it took every breath just to get air to their lungs. Not enough left over for talk. Not enough left over for talk. 2 weeks of doing absolutely nothing on a boat is not an ideal exercise regimen, and he was really feeling the effects of it. The quick, deep breaths racing through his mouth and throat dried them. The quick, deep breaths racing through his mouth and throat dried them to a desert landscape. Anyone got water left? He asked in a rasp, the first person to have uttered a word in at least an hour. Aren't you sick of water and floating on it for 2 weeks? Miyoko retorted. Isaac gave her a look. She did something with her face that kind of resembled a smile. Yeah, I could use a drink too. Let's take a break, Clutter pronounced. We'll have a hot meal and plenty of water once we reach the villa. The villa. It still sounded silly to Isaac, but the word break had never sounded so good, and he figured she could call her place whatever she wanted. Backpack slipped off shoulders, body collapsed to the ground in exhausted heaps. Isaac wandered a piece, and as his mom used to say, and found a thick palm tree, its bark worn from the passage of time. He sat, propped his back against it, closing his eyes. A few seconds later, someone nudged him with a foot, and he looked up at Sedina. You can have my last sip. She held out her thermos. Really? The word felt like air blowing across sand. She unscrewed the cap and held it out again. Isaac gladly took it and drank the sweetest swallow of cold liquid in his life. Thanks, he said with an intake of breath. I was 5 minutes from death by dehydration. You're a softie is what you are. Don't worry, I am too. Our parents should have trained us better in case we ever returned to live in the apocalypse. For this trip, when was the last time you were hungry? She flopped to the ground next to him. He handed the thermos back to her. She tipped it toward the sky and finished it off. Isaac thought about it. Sometimes I'd skip breakfast because I was so excited to work at the forge every morning. Sedina didn't dignify that with a response. Isaac glanced over at Clutter, who sat alone in the middle of the road, legs crossed beneath her, staring at a spot in the distance with no life in her gaze. He'd assumed in the beginning that they'd get to know her inside and out by the time their voyage on the sea came to an end. But the reverse had happened. She was more of an enigma than ever, more than she'd been on the day they'd helped drag her out of the ocean. Hey, Isaac's thoughts froze in his mind. Someone had uttered the word in a harsh whisper from behind his tree. It definitely hadn't been Sedina. Though fear tiptoed its way into the crevices of his brain, his rational sight assumed there was somebody in their group. Casually, he leaned over and peered around the trunk of the ancient palm. No one. A quick look around revealed that everyone was in the road or on the other side, out of easy earshot anyway. A small trace of fear suddenly scratched a heavier tune on his heart. Did you hear that? He whispered to Sedina. She furrowed her brow and then shook her head. Hear what? She had the awareness to speak in a voice just as quiet as his. I swear I heard someone say, Hey! No mistake this time. Isaac jumped to his feet and leaned into the palm tree, using it as a shield as he searched the area on the other side. Sedina scrambled behind him, pressing against his back. The house in front of them had been a 2-story home once, but the roof and most of the upper floor were missing, replaced by dark remains of a fire that appeared somewhat recent. With the sun sinking ever closer to the horizon, the ruins of the structure and the wilderness of the yard were a grand festival of shadows. Whoever had spoken could be hiding anywhere. Strangers! Stranger danger! Random stranger danger. It couldn't have been a ghost, Sedina whispered directly into his ear. Ghosts don't say hey. What I was thinking is maybe this guy is telepathic, like, Thomas and I'm forgetting her name. And Teresa. Teresa were in an original Maze Runner book, but nope, it's an actual voice. Someone actually there. Interesting. I'm seeing like words over here on this side that are also very interesting. So let's move on. We got to keep going. Couldn't have been a ghost, whispered directly into his ear. Ghosts don't say hey. He closed his eyes and reopened them in a long blink. You think this is a joke? Tell your people you want to explore the house, a disembodied voice said from somewhere in the yard, just loud enough to decipher. I'll meet you inside. You need to hear what I have to say. There was a rustle of movement in the weeds and the dart of a shadow. The measured flurry of words from the intruder, the avanacular sound of them, made Isaac think it was an older man. He turned and looked at the others. No one had heard, no one but Sedina. There's no way we go into that house, she said. Isaac couldn't have agreed more. So much for what Cletter told us. The guy might not be a crank, but he's definitely a human. Your ability to figure things out always amazes me. Come on, let's tell the others. He grabbed her arm before she could move away from him. Wait. Just wait. Wait, we have to tell them. Isaac had a burrowing rat of suspicion in his gut, and the worst part was that he didn't know its source. Cletter was a weirdo, no doubt, but they'd all thrown their lot in with her and traveled across the ocean itself to show their trust. But I don't know, he whispered. Just, this person appears out of nowhere and wants to meet us secretly? Suddenly, I'm doubting everything. You've lost your mind because of some dude in the weeds. He knew she was right, knew it before she'd even responded to what he'd said. He wanted to get as far away from the house as possible. A rock landed with a thud next to him, thrown from the direction of the overgrown yard. It was wrapped with a piece of paper, tied in place with a bit of twine. Letters had been scrawled across the paper with something like charcoal, and done in a hurry by the messy looks of it. What's going on? Sedina asked. She glanced over her shoulder at the others, as if they had been creeping up on the secret whispers. Isaac was too busy untying the string to bother with an answer. It slipped loose easily. He spread the paper flat on a large, flat root jutting from the old palm tree. The mystery man was a fellow of few words, like Alvarez, but his message came through, loud and clear. Meet me, or they all die. This had gone too far. Isaac straightened up, pulled his backpack onto his shoulders, and cinched the straps until the whole thing felt a part of his body. All the while stuck with holding the tossed rock in her. All the while stuck with holding the tossed rock in her hands. Selina stared at him as if he'd turned into a stranger that she'd failed to comprehend. What now? She asked, with a hint that she expected an absurd answer. Now, Isaac repeated. Now we tell the others because this creepy guy is threatening us. Selina bent over and picked up the paper, then casually flipped it to show another message scrawled on the opposite side. The same charcoal messy handwriting. Tell anyone they die. 2 for the price of 1. No, seriously. Meet me. This jackass has a sick sense of humor, Selina said, terse enough to scare the man if he somehow heard. Let's go kill him and be done with it. But then her face fell, the true reality of the situation hitting both of them at the same time. Indecision melted Isaac's insides, making it impossible to move. And the fear was no longer tiptoeing. It had moved and made itself comfortable, bolting its furniture to the floor. Come on, he whispered, barely able to speak. What do we do? She nodded slowly at him as if considering, and the terror that had replaced the fake mirth in her eyes made him incredibly sad. We don't know what we're dealing with, Isaac. We grew up in a happy little bubble on a fairy island. We have no idea how the real world works. I think we need to tell. I don't know. He said we'd die if we tell them. Isaac tried to look casual, glancing around the others, all of whom seemed in no hurry to ramp up again. Not even Cletter. She was in a trance of exhaustion, staring dully at nothing, her eyes wide and unfocused. He said we'd die. I know what the note says, Isaac. And what do we do? He didn't bother keeping the frustration out of his voice. Selina grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the fire-wrecked, weed-infested house into which the shadow had disappeared a few minutes earlier. Isaac resisted for a half-second, but then gave in, surrendering himself to her whim, trusting her more than himself. They crossed the cracked sidewalk, entered the yard, all kinds of dry vegetation swishing and grabbing at their legs. The house loomed, the holes of darkness dominating the facade. Isaac reassured himself, tried to. If this man wanted to hurt them or kill them, there were easier ways to do it than luring them into a house with a hastily written note tied to a rock. Or maybe that's exactly what a psychopath would do. They didn't teach this in primary or secondary school on the island. His parents had never told him bedtime stories of what to do when a creepy old man threatens to kill all your friends. Where are you guys going? Trish yelled from behind them. We want to check out this cool haunted house, Sedina replied, somehow making her voice as light as a holiday morning. She didn't break her stride, continued to pull Isaac along. What are you, my mom? She asked, then made a weird howling sound. Her real mom, Miss Cohen, had been asleep in a patch of grass for 20 minutes. They reached the porch. Oh my god. They reached the porch of what had once been a porch. Now it was merely a mound of greenery. Traces of faded red brick peeking through, the bare remnants of wood railing hanging precariously over the edge. The house had no door, only an open maw of black space, the frame of the threshold resembling an oval more than a rectangle. If it had been up to Isaac, they'd have stopped at the foot of the broken heap of porch steps. But Sedina didn't hesitate, leaping up them like a frog scaling the mossy stones of a waterfall. He followed and braced himself for what waited inside the house. They went through the vacant doorway. The floor creaked beneath them, each crack of wood seeming to unleash the smells of an ancient abandoned tomb. Rotten decay, dampness, the kind that never had or never would have a chance to dry, its moisture a recipe for grotesquerie. The scant light from the front door stretched Isaac and Sedina's shadows across the dusty minefield of warped floorboards, an obvious set of footprints, the only disturbance. The deep impressions ended on the other side of the room, where a tall, bulky man faced them, his back against the wall, his face hidden in the darkness. Just the sight of him sprinkled a shower of terror over Isaac's skin. What do you want? Sedina snapped. In his entire life, Isaac had never seen such bravery on display, and he swore to become more like his friend. You need to listen to me, came the reply. Whereas before they'd only heard a harsh whisper emanate from the stranger in the shadows, now it was the no-nonsense growl of someone who lived 10 lifetimes in one. That lady you're following out there, you can't believe a word she says. She's a devil, and you're nothing but demon guinea pigs to her. Maybe it's wicked. Wicked is good. Isaac, from somewhere, maybe inspired by Sedina's performance, grasped onto a sprout of courage. We're supposed to believe you, the guy who just was just bragging he'd kill every last one of us if we didn't come in here? I had to get you inside somehow, the man replied, a little too jauntily for Isaac's liking. Give me a break, boy. You know how many ways I could have killed you once you stepped through that door? The bare fact you're alive is, and speaking, is all the trust in me you'll ever need. You could have died, buddy. You could have died. Sad. Rudder. The Dina wasn't having it. We should leave. This conversation is getting stupider by the second. It was the phrase guinea pigs that kept Isaac still. It seemed so certain, with a specifically such a specifically chosen term. And the stranger had a point. Why lure them in here just to talk gruffly and act spooky? If you remember, they were guinea pigs in the maze. Remember? That was their job, to be guinea pigs. To learn. You can learn how these survivors, how these people react in extreme stress. That was the whole thing, right? They're just testing to see how they react in stressful situation. They expected a lot of them to quit and give up and not want to do it anymore, and a lot more actually survived than they expected. What's interesting about the first book is that in the movie, okay, so they were able to like run around, the grievers and stuff like that. But in the movie, they made like the grievers like these horror monsters like things. They were moving so fast and they were just like cutting through the entire glade area. It was a very interesting change that they made, yeah. Because yeah, if you in my mind, it definitely would have been more interesting to see Thomas go and do the whole and juke him, like get by him, the griever, and also to like shoot them off the side into the cliff. Remember, that would have been so cool to see all that, but they didn't do that. They changed it. They changed quite a few things. They had like some weird tracker that he used to find the deepest parts of the maze, and at 7 was the key, I think. It was, yeah, okay. So maybe I think in order to fit the runtime and get them where they needed to go, like at the end of the movie, they did make those changes and stuff. They also added like a lot of Teresa's lines. I think like they gave Thomas like the visions. I think it was, but it seems like they ended up in the same place. They were able to make the following books: Fever, Bling, BB, and but yeah, that was one thing that I did notice watching the movie. So eventually I'll get to the second movie and the third one. Yeah, Scorched Trials and Death Cure. Those are the ones I got. They haven't made a movie of this one just yet, right? Let's hydrate. 89. Uni 89 reading what is on the screen. Meow 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 89. I'm doing Uni 89 999 is on the screen. Is on the screen, on the screen, it is on the screen, on the screen, on the screen, on the screen. It is on the screen, turning on the screen, turning on the screen. So good. I love this stupid caption, auto caption thing. Why lure them in here just to talk gruffly and act spooky? Just tell us what's going on, Isaac said. Who is Cletter? And if she really is the devil, then why are you bothering to warn us? Why do you care? Tell us why she killed those 8 people on the boat. He didn't respond. Isaac turned to Sedina. Just say it. Do you trust Cletter? No. Yes. Well, my mom trusts her, and I trust my mom. So, yes, mostly. Easy. Isaac sighed. You don't have a choice but to trust me. You don't have a choice but to trust me, the man growled. Step into the light, Sedina added. I'm sick of talking to a ghost. The shadow walked forward, and with all the confidence in the world, that he had nothing to be afraid of by revealing himself. With each step, creaking on the floorboards, wafting up dust, Isaac watched as the light slowly maneuvered itself up the man's body. Black boots, dirty denim pants, a rough-cut plaid shirt, then a face only a mother could love. He was a gigantic man, well over 6 feet tall, heavily built, and ugly as a milkweed stump. Scraggly beard, tilted nose, pockmarked skin, red and leathery, eyes that seemed hammered deep into his skull, long greasy hair that had gone needing a wash, something only a sharp blade could defeat. That better? The man asked. Are you ready to listen? Isaac looked at Sedina, but she didn't take her eyes off the newly revealed stranger. What's your name? She asked. The man folded his ape-like arms, which made his muscles bulge all the more against the plaid-printed material of his shirt. It's Timon. Why don't we don't have time for this get-to-know-you nonsense. Your friends aren't going to last another 5 minutes before they come in here after you. Fine, then talk, Isaac said, not believing for a second that the man's name was actually Timon. Timon? Really? His name had to be Slayer. What did you call us in here for? What did you call us in here for? The man replied tersely. Have you heard of the Godhead? Do you know anything about them? Has Cletter, talked about them? Isaac opened his mouth, but no words came out. Godhead? He did remember her mentioning that word before, but that was easy to forget amidst a life-changing sea voyage. Like in the Bible? Sedina asked. Never read it. No, I'm not talking about the damn Bible, the man shot back. What has Cletter? He stopped, rubbed his bearded face, visibly shaken with uncertainty. Listen, you need to come with me, right now, out the back door, away from that woman. We can get help and we can save your friends later. If you don't even know what the Godhead is, then we're about 20 steps behind the mule. Isaac, what's going on? Isaac, what's going on? It was Cletter, her voice like the crack of thunder without lightning, right behind them. Isaac swung around, filled with a suspicion that had no justification, based only on a few words from a man they'd never met. But he felt a wash of terror at her sudden intrusion, with a stab of guilt. She stood silhouetted in the light of the doorway, appearing taller than she'd ever seen before, thicker, a malign presence without a face. He searched for words. Something slipped over his head, cloth, black, cutting off his vision. It cinched around his throat, and then he was being jerked backwards, toward the spot where Timon had been standing. A stifled yell escaped his lips, swallowed in the scratchy material that pulled against his mouth and nose, making it hard to breathe. Then the word tilted, darkness spiraling on darkness. Then the world tilted, darkness spiraling on darkness, and his back slammed against the floor with a thud that thrummed through his bones. He heard a muffled shriek from Sedina, a thump, and knew she'd met the same fate as he had. What? He started to yell, but a hand as hard as iron clamped against his mouth, pressed against his teeth. He kicked out with his legs, tried to squirm away from the grip, but other hands had him by the arms, pushing down on his chest, others now squeezing him by the ankles, holding him in place as if he were about to have a limb amputated without numbing herbs. Where had all these people come from? It was as if the undead had risen through the floorboards, as if Cranks, the terrified voice inside his mind screamed, but he knew that wasn't it. This was too measured, too planned to be the nightmare crazies that had haunted his grandparents' people. Flooded with fear, he finally seized upon his own instinct and forced himself to wait for an opportunity to understand what was happening, an opportunity to resist. He lay under the pressure of those holding him, swathed in darkness and the cold ice of terror. The room had grown silent. There were footsteps, the creaks of floorboards coming closer to his head. A new voice, one he didn't recognize, a woman's, sounded from nearby. She said two words as laced with dread as the drip, drip, drip of liquid from a corpse. She's gone. Someone grabbed Isaac by the arms and started dragging him across the floor. It was a bumpy ride. What a butthole. Why didn't they let him walk? They were just there trying to convince him and then they just kidnapped him. Okay. So, yes, Isaac and Sedina from the island have been kidnapped and separated from the rest of the group. Apparently, Cletter has devious intentions. Something bad is going to happen to all the rest of the group. Poor guys. And we return to the remnants. Remnant Nation. Okay, chapter 7, A Cold Cliff, Minho. So he's an orphan and he's not supposed to have a name, but he knows that he has his name, and his name is Minho. But he doesn't know why he knows it's Minho, and he hates himself for it. Kit, the boy Kit. The boy he'd saved from his savage father. Uncle? Stranger? Didn't matter. The boy was all the orphan could think about for days and weeks, even now as he marched into the middle of nowhere with priests and priestesses of the almighty cure. The group, old and young, all who deserved to see, stood in the midst of a snowstorm, although the snow more resembled sharp, pointy pellets of ice flying through the air like small bullets. The only reason the group as a whole hadn't been sliced and sheared by the flying pricks of ice blades was because the wind howled incessantly, in both strength and direction. The frigid air, with its accompanying bites of hard snow, swam in great circles around them, shifting up and down and out and back, never gaining the fierce impetus needed to damage and cut. The orphan thanked the cure for small favors, no matter how tiny and very unlike the actual favor they were. He had bands of leather fastened tightly around his upper arms, his wrists, his thighs, his ankles, bound tightly enough to warp the natural contour of his muscles and nerves and tissues with great pain, burning like a microscopic flow of lava had leaked into the tiny spaces between his cells. Together with the harsh environment, it inflicted a great searing discomfort that would make him a better man, a better servant, a better participant in the troubles to come, which suited him fine. Kit. Saving Kit had changed something deep inside Minho. No, not changed. Completed. He squirmed his arms and legs, seeking comfort against the buildings. Yes, completed. Each band of leather was attached to a long wooden pole, themselves banded in iron every few inches along its length to make them strong, unbreakable. At the opposite ends of those iron-bound spears of wood, which poked away from him in all directions like the spikes of an injured porcupine, stood a bearer of grief, the orphan's masters. These grief bearers were so named from the grievers of old, the menacing monstrosities of machine and flesh that had terrorized the people of the maze. It was symbolic, or some such absurdity. The only thing the orphan knew for certain was that he'd been chosen to wander the wilderness at least 3 years ahead of schedule, and that he'd been the one bearing all the grief known to this pocket of the world for the foreseeable future. His life was about to become pain-defined, pain manifested in all its many dastardly, excruciating, demonic forms. Or maybe that was a bit dramatic. Wandering, pain, hunger, 40 days and 40 nights, that was expected of him, though he had different plans in mind. Was he ready? Was he scared? Did he fear failure? Minho of old would have answered yes to all of these questions, and now he did too. Yes, I am Minho. I am ready. I am scared. And I fear failure. So let's kick some ass, shall we? I am the orphan. I am the orphan with no name, named Minho. That's who I am. Someday, perhaps, Kit would grow up to be proud of him. Wrap him tight for Flair's sake, one of the grief bearers said in a harsh, spiteful voice that gave something away about the man's day so far. He'd been the bearer of grief to the orphan for many a year, and Minho knew his moods and peculiarities, his eccentricities, his proclivities. Weaver Glane had been denied his sweet delights the prior evening, spurned by those he didn't think capable of spurning him. He'd be a grouch of sadistic extremity this day. He was always a grouch, but in the hours ahead he'd take it to new levels of hateful debauchery. The orphan was ready, scared. He feared. Time to go. Shadows approached, moving shadows mostly obscured by the heavy blizzard that swelled over their imaginary dome of life. Those shadows were acolytes, priests, and priestesses to the cure, cloaked in the sacred weaves of the rough and scraping vines that purportedly descended from the sanctified vines of the maze itself. It was a cloth of sort. That was the nicest way the orphan could bring himself to describe the long, rough-hewn drapes of material in which they intended to wrap him up head to toe, leaving not a centimeter of his parts exposed in the harsh elements of the plains. Once he had become a caterpillar in its cocoon, hoping to someday break out and fly, the acolytes would use the iron-bound lengths of wood, still attached to the leather shackles on his arms and legs, to move him to his destined location. So they wrap him up, and then they're gonna drag him away on these poles, like they did to Galley when they sent him out into the maze. Wait, was it Galley? It wasn't Galley. It was Ben. Ben's the one that they went forced him out into the maze. And even that seems like it might have been a bit different inside the movie. I think the walls were a lot thicker in the movie than they might have been in the book, because they held him outside of the maze until until the door closed in the book. But in the movie, they've just forced him to be inside the maze doors because it was so far away. He had to keep running to the other end. I think that was one change they made as well. But yeah, so they're carrying him around, and he's a butterfly. He's a beautiful, beautiful butterfly. It's so funny. What the hell is going on here? To move him to his destined location. No one knew where that might be. Literally, no one. Even the great master in the golden room of grief did not know where the orphan, secretly named Minho, would be sent. But he would be sent all the same, and when the acolytes found the spot, they would leave him there to wander for 40 days and 40 nights, to return as a bearer of grief himself. Also, no one knew exactly. Also, no one knew exactly. Also, no one knew how exactly one was supposed to survive such a nefarious task. Some didn't. Minho honestly didn't give a flare's barnacle anymore. He just wanted this madness of a ceremony to be over with. He had a dark secret hidden within his soul and his mind and psyche that no necromancer of the most devious dark art could ever compel Minho to reveal. Like a seed that takes 100 years to sprout, needing little water, little sun, little care, but eventually grows into its purpose. This would be the orphan, nameless, named Minho. When his seed sprouted, it would grow to the ends of the earth, digging its roots to the deepest parts of bedrock. We yearn for the mines, on raising its limbs sky high to create a canopy of endless green, covering the four corners of the world. This was all a metaphor, of course. The real intention was simple and as plain as the sun being eclipsed by an enlarged moon. The orphan Minho, by name, had decided that destroying the godhead, the very reason for the remnant nation's existence, was a terrible idea. Evolution was progress. It shouldn't be stopped. By definition, it couldn't be stopped. No, his ultimate desire and purpose was not to destroy the godhead. It was to join them. Minho didn't resist or complain as the priests and priestesses began dampening the coarse cloth of the vine around his body and all its parts, cinching and pulling and tying along the way, pulling no punches, as Weaver Glane would say, or showing the slightest regard for his discomfort. The orphan looked into the future like the ancient seers of old. The farther he reached, the more unbearable the pain, but it would all be worth it. If nothing else, he couldn't wait to stop thinking of these ridiculous, sanctimonious metaphors. Thinking of Kit, the life he'd extended, brought him peace. Interesting. So he wants to join the Godhead, who are being evolved by the flare virus, right? I think that's what it was. That's what we can infer, I suppose. The acolytes completed their task. Rough, thorny threads now encased his entire body, woven into a tight tapestry that would both protect him from the worst of nature's weapons, while also keeping him humble. The cocoon of cloth needled and bit and scratched and bothered. It sucked, one might say. Take him, Weaver Glane said, his voice muffled by the holy canvas that covered the orphan's ears. But did he detect a hint of sadness in the man's words? Take him to the edge and be gentle enough. I know this boy. He won't resist. The old man clapped the orphan on the shoulder. Next time I see you, son, we'll be peers. Be tough and remember what you've been taught. If you come back with the flare, you'll be executed. May the cure watch over you. It was almost comical, almost, but it fed the orphan's desire for a new destiny. So he wants to catch the flare, though, right? He wants the flare so that he can evolve. He doesn't want to destroy the Godhead. But what's the Godhead's purpose? The Godhead is doing something. They have whatever item they picked up of the glade. Or there was nothing in there, right? When they opened the box? We'll find out. We got to keep going. The strong hands that gripped the other ends of the guiding poles began to force him forward, pushing, pulling, swiping. His guides moved him away from the fortress he protected for so many years, across the empty plain where one met a death sentence if they approached from the opposite direction. When he and others like him returned, it was through a path known to only a few, a secret more guarded than the identity of the great master in the golden room of the grief. The great master whom no one had ever seen. Interesting. So many secrets. Forward, forward they marched, the orphan not resisting, moving as elegantly as he could along the trail his guide set. The wind whipped, the icy pellets of sleet bounced off his rough woven armor, making a sound like war drums. No words were spoken. Cloth pressed against his nose, smelled of freshly dug earth, the deepest grave still waiting for a body to call it home. He marched forward, forward, the guiding poles chafing his skin. Hours later, they reached the edge, the very edge, to which they guided him carefully. Hours later, damn. The orphan could feel its stony threshold under the balls of his feet. The wind was stronger than ever here. He felt as if he could lean into it without fear of falling. They'd have to give him a really strong push, even as he thought this was something close to giddiness. The acolytes unfastened the poles from the leather belts that were still like vices around his arms and legs. Once those were freed, unleashing waves of pain as blood gushed within his veins, he sensed the priests and priestesses line up behind him. He continued to face the abyss. Any words before you depart? One of them asked. What the hell? They're gonna push him into the freaking hole? What's happening here? He's getting 300? There's a Sparta! Beetles of fear scurried across his skin as if they'd burrowed beneath the cloth that wrapped him so tightly. This was the moment that began his future, a future unlike the ones his bearers of griefs envisioned. He quoted the litany of calm in his mind, a device that still worked despite his blasphemy. A litany of calm. There's the litany of fear from The Dark Tower. I wonder if this is related. I wonder if James Dashner read Stephen King's Dark Tower. Maybe it's just invoking religious imagery, probably more likely what it is. The litany of fear from The Dark Tower, though, is I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will. Right? This is Dune. This isn't Dark Tower. This is Dune. Ben Gesserets. They're the ones that came up with the litany of fear, right? Yeah. So dumb. I'm a dummy, chat. Sorry. Yeah, it's a Dune thing. It's a Dune thing. Paul Mahdi, the one who recalls it. So he says a little prayer so that he can calm himself down. A woman shrieked across the wind. Want to say something, lad? The orphan spoke as loudly as he was physically able. Yes, long live the cure, and may she bless my path. May I wander for 40 days and 40 nights and return a bearer of grief in her service. May the Godhead die and the cure rule the earth forevermore. And may you all go to hell, he added in his mind. I, the orphan called Minho, will never return. Hard hands pushed him from behind, and he fell over the edge. Thoughts of Kit gave him wings. So interesting. What the heck? So he's gonna go seek out the Godhead. He's headed to Alaska then, apparently. Alexandria, part 2. She sat in the quiet dark of her room, drinking a strong tea, urging the panic that threaded through her veins to unweave, to leave her with some semblance of peace. This was a problem that could be dealt with, and she already had several plans of action lined up inside her mind. However, this very second, there was nothing she could literally do to make those happen any faster, and she tried very hard to allow herself some measure of respite. But that peace refused to come. Even after going through the digits, images of the coffin, the artifact taken from the box by Mikhail, images of the coffin, the artifact taken from the box by Mikhail, the coffin, interesting, continued to flash across her vision, as if it floated in front of her, an inexplicable thing that stirred up her ancient terror of madness, a terror so deep set that it often made her worry that she'd go mad from it. Oh, the circular logic, the irony. Excuse me. She stood up and walked to the sink and poured out the remains of her bitter tea. It tasted like the bile of a starving, emaciated beast. Something stronger, that's what she needed. Something stronger that would scorch her throat, warm her stomach, deaden her brain. She wants some alcohol. There was a knock at the door. Flint, she called out. In how many ways could she tell the man that she didn't want to be disturbed? Was it time to throw a little violence in? It had been a while. The door opened. She heard the barest of creaks, the swish of the bottom rail against the thick carpet. Violence. Yes, violence. Her anger ignited. She marched out of the kitchen and entered the main hallway of her apartment, ready to unleash all the frustrations of her day onto poor Flint. But it wasn't Flint. Nicholas. Nicholas. I'm thinking it's like a European name, but it will be Nicholas. Nicholas, she barely recovered in time, barely dissolved her anger and rage in haste. Citing the digits within her mind, calmness spread through her like a quick shot of drugs. But if anyone could perceive, why so agitated? Nicholas asked. So he already saw through it. He already knew that she was upset. But this guy, he's been avoiding her this entire time. She's been being left out of everything. Everyone else knows what's going on, and she's here in the dark. That's why she's all pissed off. Though most people probably imagined the first of the Godhead to be an enormous, imposing, powerful, frightening giant of a man. He was very average in every way, medium height to medium build, neither handsome nor ugly. He never smelled particularly good, but he didn't really stink either. Some whispered that Nicholas had evolved so far as to read the minds of others. She highly doubted such a thing, but she'd also watched her thoughts like strange servants lately when she was around. When he was around. Why so silent? Nicholas asked when she didn't respond. He always exuded so much patience that it made her want to punch a wall. The truth, she thought. For now, the truth. Agitation and silence are the least of my worries, she said. Don't come in here and insult my intelligence and ask your clever questions. Why did you do it? Nicholas pinched his lips together, forming an expression that almost implied admiration. Good way to start. I didn't think we'd get here for at least half an hour. Why? Because it's time. You know it's time. We have to take the next step, or the worst thing that could possibly happen to us and our people and this world will happen. You know this, and it's asinine to argue about it. He walked past her, brushing her shoulder, then entered the living room and flopped himself down on the couch. At the same time, it was both ungodly and the most condescending thing he could do to her. Come and sit. Let's have the requisite argument before you finally admit that I'm right as usual and we move forward. So he knew things needed to get done and she wanted to discuss it and, like figure things out. But he's like, no, now is the time. It has to do. So now that, things are already in motion, now he's going to come and they're going to work it all out. And then she's supposed to come over to his side. He's like, you're gonna see it my way. You're definitely gonna see it my way. Alexandra closed her eyes, ran through the digits again, this time reciting them at a slower pace. She'd learned from experience with Nicholas to battle patience with patience, calm with calm, indifference with indifference. That was the way to gall him. A minute or two passed in silence. Then Alexandra sauntered back into the kitchen, where she poured herself a glass of water. She didn't do the same for Nicholas. Let him get his own damn drink if he's so all powerful. After heading into the living room with her glass, she sat on the chair as far away from her visitor as she could. She took a sip, then another. She said nothing. Well, he finally asked, aren't you going to say something? Victory. No, I'm just waiting for you to explain yourself. I'm ready when you are. Nicholas straightened his posture a bit, crossed his legs. It's been over 30 years since the evolution, Alex. We've accomplished all that we possibly could accomplish, and we've set things up exactly how we planned. It's time to move on. It's time to evolve the others. You can't possibly disagree with this. What else is the point of everything we've done? So The Godhead, these people, there's like three of them, right? They've evolved themselves through the flare virus, apparently, but not the rest of. So are those other people still cranks? Are they like a mild version of the crank? You know, maybe they've regained some of their senses. Hmm. Alexandra took another sip. Did you come here on your fancy berg? Why does that matter? He sighed and took an extra long blink. Is that what this is? You're jealous because I have a berg that actually works? Can you utter even one sentence without condescension? That's always your first thought, that we're jealous or hiding in closets, wishing we could be more like you. That's not the case, Nick, old boy. I have what I need, and I have what I want. When you have everything you want, you literally don't want anything. Does this concept make sense to you? His face flushed with anger, something he'd never allowed to happen by accident. She was pushing her luck, and she relished it. The reason I asked you about your berg, she continued, is because I want to know where you've been. It's been almost 3 months since Mikhail or I have seen you. Where have you been? Been away. I've been planning. I've been scouting. I've been spying. We have some pretty nasty enemies, in case you've forgotten. We also have many, many potential source communities. It's time. The next wave needs to evolve, and the Godhead needs to take its proper place, on top of the heap. I'd be happy to hear your arguments otherwise. Go. So the remnants of people that exist out there, they're gonna evolve them into whatever it is that these godheads are. We I don't necessarily know, right? It seems like they're just really angry. All of them are just really angry. But the mentality, like their mental capacity is increased. Is that what it is? Possibly. What's the evolution? What is the freaking evolution? Damn it! Maybe I shouldn't have skipped so much. Oh well. He pointed at her and settled deeper into the couch, as if getting comfortable to hear a long dissertation that he'd already planned how to repudiate. His look of ultimate confidence had fully returned. Alexandra stared at him, unmoving. He had such a great plan, devised over many years to take place over many years. This turn of events had surprised her utterly. She hadn't the slightest notion that Nicholas was ready to remove the coffin from the box, much less do it without consulting one of his partners in the Godhead. Relying on every single element of the flaring discipline she'd ever learned, she'd ran through the calculation after calculation in her mind, reaching out to multiple futures and branchings of those futures, analyzing the possibilities and their respective probabilities. She could still do this, despite the enormous disruption. She could still do this. See that the mental capability, and how is she actually seeing the future, or is it just like like numbers? Is it just like crunching numbers? What is going on here? I need an answer, Alex. We need to move on this. The arrogant bastard spoke the words. She continued to look at him without looking. Her mind expanded to the very reaches of her ability, her great, magnificent ability. And then, like 1,000 gears of a giant machine rotating, grinding into action, it all fit together. Okay, she said. After that, she went to her room without another word, shutting the door behind her. Eventually, he left. So she's like, all right, fine, we'll do it your way. She left. Interesting. Very freaking interesting. Part 3, Jackie. So this is the group that's still with Kletter. Making good progress on this too, man. I'm thinking that we can probably get through part 2 and part 3. Maybe we save part 4. We have like 30 more pages in part 3 seems to be a bitch. Let's see where we get to. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We got to keep going. We just got to keep reading. Meow 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 dee 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 dee. Da 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 dum da dum 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 da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum dee 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 dee. Chapter 3, part 3, Jackie. She'd finally started feeling comfortable around Clutter and the other old people, most of them having made the leap from suspicious creepers to sketchy acquaintances, when all hell broke loose. So it was right. Things are happening there, unfortunately. She'd had a good rest, her legs feeling like pounded meat from all that walking, after all that sitting on a boat. She'd been slouched next to Carson and Lacey for at least half an hour in complete silence. Carson was asleep, his head leaned back against a tree, mouth open, snoring just loud enough to be heard, just loud enough to be annoying. Lacey sat with her legs crossed under her, picking at the sparse grass, lost in her thoughts as usual. There'd been a little commotion. Isaac and Sedina went to explore an old house that looked as haunted as Peak's graveyard back on the island. Then Trish had yelled at them and been ignored. When Cleta herself jogged over to the dilapidated front porch and climbed up the rickety steps through the tilted doorway into the darkness, Jackie first wondered what in the world was going on. She didn't have long to ponder before several alarming sounds erupted from that twisted mouth of the house. A shout, a scream, more shouts, muffled this time, all words indecipherable. Jackie leaped to her feet, smacking Carson's shoulder on the way up. He grunted, flinched, started to say something, but Jackie was already on the run, following Lacey, who'd somehow beat her to the punch. But in front of all of them was Trish, sprinting pell-mell as if an expanding sinkhole collapsed behind her every step. Others joined the rush toward the house. Miyoko, Dominic, Old Man Frypan, everyone. The air suddenly pulled taut like cloth, making it hard to breathe. Carson yelled her name from behind. She ignored him, tried to catch up with Lacey. They were in the yard now, weeds grabbing at their ankles. Trish cleared the steps of the porch with one jump, but then ground to a halt right before the yawning maw of the doorway. Lacey stopped just short of the porch, Jackie right next to her. Miss Cohen, Frypan, that old bald dude she didn't much care for. They all gathered there in seconds, watching Trish's back, which had gone rigid. Then someone stepped out of the house. Cletter. A soon-to-be dead Cletter. The woman's eyes were wide, the whites of them like full moons, partially eclipsed by round shadows. Her skin was slick with sweat, her lips as pale as a pig's underbelly, and her neck. Is that the bad part? That was the bad part. The really bad part. It had been slashed with something sharp, from one side to the other, like a necklace, and blood poured down the front of her body in gushes. They killed her. I didn't see that coming. I did not see that coming. I mean, I guess they did hate her, but man, they freaking sliced her neck. Trish had stepped back on instinct and now lost her balance, falling butt first and crashing through the rotted bottom step. Above her, Cletter collapsed to her knees with a terrible double thump, then fell forward, the smack of her face against the wood, one of the worst sounds Jackie had ever heard. She lay still, and no one stirred for a horrible moment that stretched beyond any sense of rational time. Then everyone was moving at once. Interesting. So how are they going to find whoever the science this side does the Remnant Nation? There's the Godhead. So the Minho is leaving Remnant Nation, and he's seeking out the Godhead. But then there's these scientists. These are the scientists, and they might be the descendants of the people who did the maze trials. Is that what it is? Is that what's happening here? Possibly. So how are they going to locate whoever they're trying to get to? What's going to happen to this group now? They've subverted all our expectations. We thought they were going to meet up with some special group, and now their guide is gone. And Sadina and Isaac are why they should have taken everyone else. Why did they only take Sadina and I? Well, Sadina. Okay, so we know Sadina is special because she's the one who's the descendant. So she's definitely the one they want. But does that mean that Isaac is special as well? Too many questions. Lacey grabbed Trish under her arms and helped her get back up. She'd barely gained her feet before shooting back up the porch again, jumping over Cletter's body like it was nothing more than a stray log. Sadina, thoughts of her could be the only thing in Trish's world in that moment. Jackie was too stunned to process it all at first, but then recovered herself. Isaac and Sadina both had gone in there, and now Kletter was dead. Trish, she yelled, already in motion. Trish, get out of there! But it was too late. Lacey had already gone after her. Then Miss Cohen, shrieking with despair, then several others. Jackie followed them, avoiding a direct look at Cletter's grisly remains as she sidestepped the body. When she crossed the threshold and entered the dark gloom of the interior, it took a second for her eyes to adjust. But before she could see that room, but before she could see that the room was empty, no people, no furniture, nothing, she heard the cries of Trish shouting Sadina's name over and over. Sadina! 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 Growing louder and softer as Trish ran through every inch of the house, coming and going, finally leaving out a back door, searching the swath of dusty hardpan and weeds in the small yard. Miss Cohen trailed her, fraught but silent. Sadina! Trish screamed. Sadina! Dominic shouted Isaac's name through cupped hands. Isaac! Miyoko and Carson were both peeking over the rundown fences, searching for signs. Jackie's mind had slowly been growing numb, unable to comprehend the horror that had descended upon them. She seemed unable to move. What's going on? She whispered, when it was too soft to be heard over the commotion. Old Man Frypan stepped up to her, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, squeezing it as if he'd been her grandpa all along. She expected him to say something, but he didn't. There was no need for words. Bad people had come, bad people had killed Kletter, bad people had taken their friends. Sadina and Isaac were gone. The only person who knew how to sail the maze cutter back home, was dead. That's what I'm saying. What's going to happen to them? All right, here we are at chapter 8. We have Isaac. He didn't understand. He didn't understand what had happened. He remembered the cloth on his face, on his ears, on his head, wrapped tightly and roughly around his neck with a cord. He remembered the bumps and thumps of being dragged, then the stomach tilting whirl of being lifted from the ground, thrown across someone's shoulder, and then he'd felt it, a prick, a little stab of something sharp. Then the world had faded just as he felt his captor begin to run. His eyes were still closed and he couldn't open them, but his thoughts lifted out of the haze. How? How had they been taken so easily, taken before his friends could come to the rescue? Cletter had been there. Surely the others had been right behind her. The man named Timon was by himself, or there had been another, a woman. He'd heard her voice, and the ones who'd carried him away. It was a blur. His head hurt. Why couldn't he open his eyes? Why did he feel nothing solid, as if he floated in the middle of a dark and warm ocean? What had happened? Who had taken them? He didn't understand. He slipped away from consciousness once again. It was a light that brought him back this time, a bright one, piercing his eyelids as if they were made of stretched wool. He blinked them open, squinting into the white brilliance. It disappeared, replaced by a man's face. An ugly, bearded, pockmarked face. Even though the light had messed with Isaac's vision, he could tell that much, at least. Bless me, the ugliness said. It's like you people have never been given a drug in your life. Knocked you out cold. Isaac groaned. He tried to say something, but coughed instead. The man jerked back and sat on his haunches. Hoo boy, get this man a mint. He smells like Gilgamesh's vomit. Isaac rolled onto his side, groaning again. It felt like he'd been asleep for 3 days, every inch of him drenched with weariness, and his head pounded right behind his eyeballs. That's because he was throwing up on the ship, right? They barely gotten off the ship. He didn't have a chance to brush his teeth, man. His mind swam through the weariness, trying to break the surface. He felt the alarm of being taken, felt the panic, but it was dull and distant, like a throb in his ankle, until he remembered Sadina. He sat up, a sweet explosion of pain rocking his forehead, followed by a spill of nausea. Where is she? He sputtered. Where is she? I'm here, Isaac. He looked to his right and saw her sitting on a chair. They were inside. They were inside in a room of a house, although it was too dark to decipher any details. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. You two must be close. Omen's voice, spoken from a corner draped in shadow. Isaac thought he made out a folded set of arms, the rest of the body leaning against a wall. At least you're together in this. Tell him what you told me, Sadina said. Her voice sounded awfully steady for someone who'd been kidnapped with a bag over her head. I'd love to hear it again myself. The woman stepped forward, coming into the scant source of light, which Isaac now realized was a small oil lamp sitting next to the ugly giant of a man they'd met at the start of all of this. Timon. His partner came closer and squatted next to Isaac. My name is Letitia. She had skin somewhere between dark and light, brown eyes, brown hair cinched up into a ponytail. Her long sleeved shirt had a warped picture of the moon on it, but Timon here called me Letty. You can call me Letty, Isaac. That's how good of friends we're going to be. The others have gone on ahead of us, but you'll meet them later. Timon. That was it. You drugged us, Isaac said. Put a bag over my head and dragged me out of a house. Doesn't seem like the best way to start a friendship. That's exactly what I said, Sadina shouted. Then she laughed, and Isaac wondered if she was still drugged. The woman in Letty eased herself into a sitting position, then pulled a small round container out of her front pocket. She snapped off the lid and pulled out a white pill, offering it to Isaac with a smile. He raised his eyebrows. Really? You like me better when I'm knocked out? The mint. Timon said you needed a mint. I agree with his opinion. You need a mint. Isaac glanced over at Sadina, who said, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. If they wanted to kill us, we'd have been dead by now. He took the white pill, sniffed it, smelled peppermint. Sorry, lady, but where we come from, we don't have fancy white pills for bad breath. He threw it into the darkest corner of the room. Maybe just move back a few feet if you can't handle it. She scooted back a full pace from him, her expression one of amusement. Am I dreaming? He asked. This is not the way I expected it to go the first time I was ever kidnapped by somebody. What the hell is going on? We're not your enemies, Letty answered. You have absolutely no reason to be scared of us. You'll notice you're not tied up or anything. And like your friend said, it would have been a lot easier to kill you than bring you here. You'd still be in that house where you met Timon, in fact, kind of like Kletter. Kletter? What did you do to Kletter? He had a vague memory of a woman saying, she's gone, after the coarse bag had been slipped over his head. Letty didn't answer right away, her eyes drifting toward the floor. They killed her, Sadina said. Slit her throat, judging by the gurgle sound I heard right next to me. Kletter is a very bad person. This came from Timon's rolling thunder of a voice, now sitting with his back against the wall near Sadina. She's dedicated her life to bringing down the Godhead, and she'd use you like a roll of toilet paper to get her way. The woman is vicious and doesn't know the meaning of the word compromise, so she wants to defeat the Godhead. Is she from the Remnant Nation? Because the Remnant Nation is looking to take down the Godhead. They worship the Cure, right? I think is what it was. And then the Godhead have used the virus itself in order to continue to spur on evolution, it would seem. And it seems that Sadina and possibly Isaac are the key to all of whatever is about to happen. Godhead probably wants both of them too. Unless these guys are Godhead. Don't you mean was? Isaac asked. She was a very bad person? Timon didn't appear ashamed. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. We weren't going to kill her until she came barreling into that house. Listen, the man leaned forward, focusing his intense gaze on Isaac. We had to save you from her. We had to stop her. This wasn't a situation where we could do our best and see what happens. There was only one acceptable path, and she got in the way at the wrong time. I'm sorry she manipulated you. I'm sorry she killed those people on the boat. But I'm not sorry she's dead. Sadina stood up and sat back down, too frustrated to sit still, but with nowhere to go. This eased Isaac for a bit. They weren't restrained, and neither of their captors moved a muscle when Sadina got up from the chair. Maybe they had a chance to escape, or would have that chance soon. You really think you're doing the right thing, don't you? Isaac said. You think you're so right that Sadina and I are going to go along without being forced. That's exactly spot on, Letty said. But don't you want to hear what the thing is? Isaac took a second to look at each person in the room. Not really. At least one of you is a murderer and both of you are kidnappers. Can we go now? Timon stood up. It seemed like he kept standing up for a full 5 minutes because he was so tall and bulky. He groaned a time or two like a grandpa getting out of bed. He walked over to where Isaac still sat on the ground, standing in front of the oil lamp like a solar eclipse, his face masked in shadow. Do we really have to get tough? The man asked. Do we really need to be the bad guys here and tie you up and keep drugging you and drag you all the way to Alaska? So they are the Godhead. Is that what you want? Because we don't wanna, but we will. You understand me? We will. He folded his giant arms to emphasize the point. Alaska, Sedina said. You didn't say anything about Alaska. Isn't that kind of far from here? Letty answered with one word. Very. Can someone just tell me what's going on? Isaac asked. Mr. Timon, sir, I don't really want you to beat me up or drag me in a sack again, but I'd at least like to know why you want to take me and my friend all the way to Alaska. I've looked at maps before, you know. Timon grumbled something under his breath and went back to his place by the wall. He seemed like someone who was tired of dealing with his own kids and had given up. When he plopped back to the floor, the house shook as if struck by an earthquake. Listen to me, Letty said. Isaac returned his attention to her. She seemed nice and was a lot smaller than her partner. Alaska is our home. It was one of the most stable places after the sun flares, and near the south coast is a huge, functional, safe city. A lot of that we owe to the Godhead. They saved us from the worst of the apocalypse this world went through, and we are sworn to our last drops of blood to save them. And they need you. Well, more specifically, they need to keep you from Kletter's people. She sighed in frustration and rubbed her forehead with both hands. It's a very long story. You're caught up, Sedina said. I woke up a half hour before you, and they talked the entire time, and I still don't know anything. Letty stood up and paced the room for a few seconds, then stopped at a point where she could easily look at both Isaac and Sedina. You're both smart, Alex, but I guess that's the way with young people, isn't it? He didn't sound angry at all, just defeated. The whole situation had taken an air of absurdity to Isaac. Why don't you start from the beginning, he said. That's what my dad used to say. We're not going to try anything with Timon, the gentle giant thing over there. Timon grumbled under his breath again. Oddly enough, Isaac didn't feel threatened by the man despite his size. Maybe it was the drug still coursing through his system. He's right, Sedina added. Just tell us, and if it sounds halfway promising, we'll go find our friends and we'll go with you to Alaska and this wonderful city full of gods without having to be dragged there. Isaac perked up at that, not realizing that this was a viable option at the moment. But he stayed quiet. He didn't want to impede the chance of hearing the story behind these two strange people. Lore. Letty nodded her head a few times, as if considering Sedina's words. Then she started talking. The evolution began 30 years ago. Well, I want to know, stupid book. We're on chapter 9, and we went to Minho. Back to freaking Minho. Sorry, I mean, nothing against you, Minho, but damn it, there was freaking lore. They just ripped it from underneath our freaking feet. No! Why? Why? Okay, so there's Isaac again, Jackie. But maybe they'll reveal stuff to us. Maybe they will reveal to us in the coming chapters. But I don't think so. I think they're going to keep their mysteries. Which is perfectly fine. Let's find out what's going on with Miho. Chapter. So this guy just got dropped somewhere. It sounds like, in my mind, it sounds like he was at the cliff, where in the maze where there's just like that drop. But then you jumped into the thing where the griever hole. That's what it was, the griever hole. And there was all the way at the end of the griever hole, there was a slide. Did he get dropped down a slide? Is that what happened? And now he's like outside in the wastelands. Is he already in Alaska, or is he in Los Angeles? Where is this guy? He's somewhere in the middle, right? I think the Remnant Nation is somewhere in the middle. In like the Oregon area ish, right? Northern California. Something like that. The orphan walked. He didn't. Okay, so we're on chapter 9, Crossing Paths, part 1, Mean Home. The orphan walked. He didn't know how. He didn't know a human could walk this much without his feet or legs falling off, or both. He didn't know a human could be so hot and so cold within the same day, or that a human could be hungry and thirsty enough that he considered devouring one of his own hands for the meat and blood. But he knew now, every inch of him wanted to go back to his people, to the monotony, the food, the schedule, the safety. He missed his shifts atop the wall, searching the horizon for intruders that rarely came. Even all the sanctimonious metaphors, he missed saving kids from savage beatings. He wondered often about the boy, about Kit. It was very possible that Mino had made life worse for him, that maybe dying would have been the merciful route. But he avoided those lines of thought, imagining instead that Kit would grow up and do something great someday. Yes, definitely. Someday. Gotta be positive. Keep that hope alive. Sleet and rain had turned into sunshine and heat. He'd been across a vast plain, through a dusty canyon, up and down a mountain. He'd eaten berries, leaves, the remains of a recently deceased deer, joining the birds and the rats in their feast. It had been quite the task to keep it down, to keep it from coming back up. But then, what a waste. After such degrading, disgusting meal, he didn't want it to be for naught. He'd maintained, eaten more, accepted the nourishment. But what if he gets sick? What if it had worms? Oh my god. Minho, you're gonna die. You're gonna die because you didn't get survival training. Damn it. Water had finally arrived in the form of creeks and rivers that had been sparse for the first couple of days. Whenever he quenched his thirst, slacked by the cool glory of natural streams or pools, it only served to remind him how hungry he was. There'd been only one dead deer in his week of wandering the wilderness, walking in the wilderness. However, contrary to the expectations of the grief bearers and acolytes back home, he walked in one direction without turning back, west, to the ocean, to the shore. So he's going to go west and then he's going to head north. Then he'd head north, and knowing that there'd be no straight path from that point on. The sea to the left, land to the right, up and up until you run into the place called Alaska, home of the Godhead. Being an orphan had trained him to be patient and tough. The journey might take months for all he knew. Probably would, in fact. He didn't fear it. He feared nothing. He was only supposed to be gone for 40 days and 40 nights, but he's leaving. He's getting his wings and flying, man. He's got his Elytra equipped. The journey might take a few months for all he knew. Probably would, in fact. He didn't fear it. He feared nothing. A building up ahead made him stop. Unsurprisingly, he'd come across a few signs of civilization so far, and those obviously abandoned for years, if not decades. Burnt out vehicles, weed infested farms, a hulk of slouching towers, and rusted machinery, most of them a grand mastery as to their most of them a grand mystery as to their original purpose. The western part of the country was known for its vast open spaces, no area more than the one through which he'd been slogging. He'd yet to see another person, living or dead, not even so much as a skeleton. And now, this building, a house, lived in, current, no sign of decay or overgrown vegetation. The door nearest him opened. A woman came out. People. The woman walked toward him, no weapon in her hands. He didn't know what to do, but felt no fear. He could kill her in the time it took her to sneeze if he had to. As she approached, he saw that she was middle-aged, average in every way except for the smile that brightened her face in a way that he'd rarely seen back in the remnant nation. She stopped. She spoke. Hungry? Mekumon's hungry. Yes, 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 Meku-chan. Clean your sheets. Give you food. Then we do your workout. Yay! Mega hit. You're good to go, little one. Part 2, Alexandra. So we head up to Alaska. She had a plan now. She had a plan. Now she needed help. Okay, so she's finally come to accept that Nicolas, whatever the hell he's doing, has to happen, and there's nothing she could do to change any of it. So she went to her room and went to sleep, and or was just hanging out, and she let freaking Nicolas leave, because that's the most spiteful thing she could have done to him entirely. That was a victory for her for sure. She had a plan. Now she needed help. Her plan was crazy, so she needed crazy help. That's why, with hair pinned up, wig in place, yellow robes of the pilgrims pulled over her shoulders, big and frumpy, scratchy, face dirtied, eyes hidden with archaic glasses, she found herself walking in the backways and alleys of the city. She'd wandered towards the docks and dyeing pools, the warehouses and the mills, where the people were, the most devout of them all. It had been many years since she'd worn a disguise. Why worry about safety when you have an entire squad of evolutionary guards constantly at your side, ready to inflict harm without so much as a sniff? And why not enjoy the prestige of being a god, especially after she'd worked so hard for so many years to gain such divine status? All in all, she'd had a good run and always knew deep down that things would have to change someday. Haven't they always? She would be the greatest of them all, a phrase from a book she'd once read, and not just for herself. She was ambitious, power hungry, vicious when needed, but she also cared about the world and believed with utter certainty that her vision for the future was the best. Period. No matter how brutal the time it took to get there, it needed getting there. Evolution. It was all about evolution, no going backward. She'd use the contents of the box in the right way. So whatever Nicolas is planning, she says, no, we're gonna do my plan. Without guards, she should be afraid, and was. In some ways, her disguise could make things worse. A lone female wandering the dark streets at night. But her training in the flaring discipline had prepared her well. It would have to be an entire mob if they wanted to take her down, and if all else failed, she'd reveal herself as the goddess she was. Glass lights flickered on the street corners, tilting and swaying with the wind, like music come to life. The salty air smelled of 1,000 revolting things: rotting fish, chemicals, charred remnants of the waste fires, sewage and trash, and mold and mud. With all of it combined, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. It was the odor of thriving life. Where are some buttons, ma'am? She stopped and looked down at the man, huddled against the wall, swaddled in a pile of every possession he owned. Light scarce, she still saw that he was a filthy man, rags and bones, as they say. But he had a kindness in his eyes, shining with yellow points of reflection from the nearest gas flame. The Godhead had done everything in their power to keep the people fed, busy, happy, satisfied, and here was proof that even that couldn't last forever. That had been falling apart for years now. Buttons, ma'am, the poor wretch repeated. Just give me the one. Mayhaps God bless you for it. He gave him two. He uttered thanks as sincerely as she'd ever heard. She smiled, but didn't speak in return, honestly, not knowing what to say. Perhaps it would be better for this man if followed. The words sprang to her mind as if loosed from a trap door. Seemed a new way of dealing with people like this, the awful remnants of the situation having its own purpose, something to do with the pilgrims, with the pathways of the maze, some kind of sacrificial ritual. The thought made her shudder as she walked away from the beggar, but she also did nothing to prevent such a possible future for the man. In the end, if nothing else, Alexandra was a pragmatist, means to an end, and all that. And so she kept walking through the dark and through the growing mist of fog creeping in from the sea. Alleys and backways, lefts and rights, narrow, straight aheads, people passing by, people laughing, people crying, people begging. She came to a door. She knocked. A man with horns opened it. A man with horns? What the frick is going on? What is this world? Part 3, Jackie. They'd banded together, then split into groups, then banded together again. No sign of Isaac, no sign of Sedina. Jackie sat with Trish by a small campfire, a few others scattered around it in a circle, most of them asleep. The group had drifted away from the route that Cletter had been following, just enough to feel isolated in case something came searching for them. No one could agree on what to do yet. Continue on, trying to find the villa that their guide had talked up so much, keep searching for their friends. The only thing settled upon was keep to themselves, avoid others until they knew more or discovered a clue. Any clue. And so, here they were, a secluded place sunk between four squat buildings and surrounded by trees. A park of some sort. Trish was inconsolable. Jackie had been paired up with her during the searches and felt a connection, seeing the burden of sadness and panic consume the poor girl. Jackie had been through something just like this only a few years ago. Turns out an island cut off from the rest of the scary world can have bad people too. She tried not to think about the night her life had fallen apart, and instead put all her efforts into comforting Trish. We're going to find them, she said, probably for the 100th time. Stop saying that. Trish hadn't spoken for at least an hour, so this was progress. Words instead of sobs and cries of hysteria. Jackie reached out, but then pulled her hand back. Trish didn't like being touched right now, either. Not by anyone. She seemed to hate the consoling as much as what was... she seemed to hate the consoling as much as what she was being consoled about. Okay, Jackie whispered. I'll shut up. As long as you shut up too. We're sick of your boo-hooing. Let's just get some sleep and start over tomorrow. Maybe tough talk is more up her alley. Trish didn't respond. She didn't say anything, but her cries did grow silent. She lay herself down and curled into a ball, wet eyes focused on the dying flames of the fire. Jackie did the same, but rolled over to face the other direction. She tried her best and would try again in the morning. Nearby, Miss Cohen, who'd been under control but crying for hours, and the other old folks had huddled together to discuss things, keeping their voices low. Jackie wasn't having any of that. They were all East Siders, and she was sick of them making the decisions. They looked up at her when she approached, arms folded to keep herself firm. "What's going on?" she asked. Wilhelm, the gruff and grumpy one, and Alvarez, the gaunt and goofy one, both hardened their faces and appeared ready to tell her it was none of her highfalutin business. But she was rescued by Old Man Frypan. He was a good soul and had been kind to her on the voyage, even though they'd never met before the trip. "Come and have a sit down with us," the aged, gravy wrinkled man said. She accepted his offer and took a seat right next to him on the cool dirt. "There you go. I bet you're plenty worried about what we're yapping about over here, huh?" She didn't love the sight of She didn't love the slight patronizing tone of his words, but she knew it came from a good place. When you're older than the flare, someone like her must seem like a toddler. "Curious for sure," she replied. "Come up with anything yet?" Old Man Frypan glanced at his compatriots, then back at her. "What do you think we should do?" More than a little surprised, she didn't have an answer ready, but he waited, patient, his eyes lit up by the fire, saying he truly wanted her opinion. She scrambled for something that didn't sound idiotic, but finally settled on the words that felt right. "We have to go after them, search for them, find them, save them." "Damn right we do," Old Man Frypan said, any trace of smile having vanished from his face. "That's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Amen." Miss Cohen spoke next. Then it's settled. And we head back to Minho, his trek to Alaska. Poor guy. Okay, so we're getting to part 3 pretty soon. We're at about 2 hours here. We'll do our best to get through part 3, but at part 3, I will go and I will make some more tea. Come on, out. Down to the last of it. Meow 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 meow. Dee 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 dee. Da-dum, do 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 do. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Minho, part 4. The orphan's stomach was so full of food and water, so he just got rescued by somebody, that he felt the orphan's stomach was so full of food and water that he felt certain, so certain that he considered forcing an upchuck, that he was about to explode from the inside out like an artillery suit packed in nails. He sat on a couch, leaning to the side, his head on a soft pillow, groaning every few seconds from the terrible episode of overeating. The kindly woman named Roxy sat in an overstuffed chair nearby, hands in her lap, smiling gently at him, as if proud she'd made a meal so fantastic that it was about to kill a man. It had to be a fever dream. He'd never been in such a ridiculous situation in his life. "You're as full as a tick on a bull," the lady said. "Maybe go a little easy on the cinnamon bread next time." She laughed at this, then waved her hand in the air as if shooing a fly. "And believe it or not, young man, we have full flushing toilets here in the domicile. Looks like that's destined to be a major perk for you in the next hour or so." He blushed a little, then shrugged her shoulder as if she didn't actually care two spurts about such talk. "Just be sure to wash up and don't leave the place looking like a rat's nest. Air it out a bit too, if you could. Actually, I'm thinking about it. Today's Monday, Tuesday. Maybe I should just leave part 3 and part 4 for the last stream. We'll get through part 2, call it a stream here, and then but we no, we keep going. We keep going. We'll do as much as we can. I think we can get through. We have to get through Godhead Complex too. Got this one too. All right. Air it out a bit too, if you could be so kind. Just open up a window. Rain or shine, hot or cold, gets a powerful stink up there even when I take care of business, and I can only imagine the levels of nose burners you're gonna unleash. "Thank you," the orphan said, unsure of exactly what he was thanking her for. It had been a surreal hour or two, that was for sure. Roxy brought him into her home, showed him to a room with a giant bed and carpet on the floor, paintings and mirrors on the walls, a large window that looked out on the mountains. There was even a giant stuffed bear on the floor, a thing so outrageous that the orphan stared at it for a full minute before glancing away. The bathroom was attached, equipped to the core with a sink, toilet, and tub. Framed craft of some sort hung on the walls with words stitched across a colorful depiction of flowers. It said, "No matter where you travel, no matter where you roam, the best part is coming home." Yep, had to be a fever dream. He'd washed up, put on fresh clothes provided by his host, then joined her for a single meal that could have fed every last person in his barracks room back at the fortress. Just him and her and him. She had to be at least 50 years old, though he had no real basis for the guess. She just seemed matronly, old-fashioned, like a grandma in a fever dream. The orphan had devoured the food, beef, potatoes, beans, corn, cinnamon bread, offering only grunts and nods or shakes of the head as she talked his ear off, barely touching her own food. She'd lived alone for years since her husband died, and before that they'd lived most of their adult lives alone, loving each other and tilling the land, hunting the forest for game. This only added to the fairy tale nature of the whole thing, but the orphan mostly concentrated on shoving more food down his throat. And now here they were, the orphan, tilted over on the couch, too stuffed to move, and Roxy sitting all prim and proper on her chair. Not for the first time he'd wondered why he trusted her so much, so quickly, especially in a world drenched with mistrust and sorrow. He didn't know for certain, but his heart told him that he'd have no choice, that he'd reached the end of his rope, kind of like a boy named Kit. "Ready to tell me your name yet?" she asked him. He gave her a quizzical look. "I've asked you several times since you arrived, and, well, don't take this the wrong way. You seem like a very nice young man, but you make lots of sounds, and most of them aren't words. I don't expect you to do a whole lot of talking, the way you stumbled into my yard barely alive and skinny as a toothpick, but I would at least like to know your name." The orphan forced himself to sit up straight on the couch, wincing a little as the movement squeezed his full stomach. "I have a long way to go. All the way to Alaska." Roxy nodded approvingly. "Not quite what I asked, but thank you for finally telling me something about yourself." She paused, nodding to herself. "Alaska, huh? May I ask why?" Trust only went so far, no matter how much food was offered. "Sorry, miss, but I can't do that. I just need to get up there. I know it's a long, long way." "Roxy, please. You will only call me Roxy. None of this miss business. You hear me?" The orphan merely nodded. After a weighty sigh, she continued, "Listen to me carefully. I have been alone and sad and scared of the world for what seems like an entire lifetime since my husband died. He was a good man, a wonderful man, and I miss him so much my heart feels like a beating wound. You came here because you're supposed to come here. I know it. Like I know I have 2 feet and 9 toes. Don't ask. You need to go to Alaska? Well, son, I have a powerful working truck and 30 gallons of fuel and plenty of things to carry food and water. There ain't no buses or trains, so you're gonna have to do with this old lady as your partner. The old lady and her truck." The orphan blinked. The orphan didn't know what to say. The orphan knew that he would accept her offer, but could only manage a nod. "He's got help. He's got wheels. They're on their way." "Splendid. But first you gotta tell me your name, son. We won't survive very long if I don't even know your damn name." A few seconds passed, but only a few. "He's not an orphan anymore. My name is Minho." "Now that's more like it." She slapped her leg. "Now tell me something about your past life. I don't care what, just a tidbit, and then we'll think about what we need to do. Come on now, don't be shy. Just one itsy bitsy thing about the man named Minho." This woman was strange and used a lot of words, and he really liked her. "I was trained to be a guard on a wall. I'd kill people if they came too close. And once I saved a boy from getting murdered." Roxy blinked. "That's very interesting. Not quite what I expected, honestly, which is all the better. Man, are we going to have some doozy conversations around the old campfire?" She stood up. "All right, Minho, let's get packing, shall we? That truck is itching for a road trip." "Noise. On our way. 5. Alexandra, back up to Alaska." He sat in almost she sat in almost complete darkness, a sputtering candle the only relief. It stood upon a small wooden table directly in front of her, its flame unmoving, a teardrop of fire pointing toward the low ceiling. On the other side of the table was the man with horns, 2 of them, each one curved and almost a foot long. What the frick? Oh, okay, sewn to his head, but looking for all the world like he'd been born with things. Different people had different ideas of devotion, she reckoned. Horns, but why? Why horns? Why? 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 So many questions. Only one question. Why? Why? He was a clean-shaven man, though nothing else about him could be described as clean. I guess it's pretty cool, right? But still, Hmm. Is it like a ceremonial kind of thing? He was a clean-shaven man, though nothing else about him could be described as clean. He stank, and every inch of his skin, not covered by the robes of the pilgrims, had been smeared with grime or grease or the chalky white lines of evaporated sweat. A lovely man, really. What you ask of us, he said, his voice surprisingly un-Viking like, almost gentle, can only be answered with two words, and I hope you don't take offense. When he didn't say more, she prodded him. Okay, what are the two words, please? Hell no. Hell no, she repeated, as in, there's very little chance you can do it? That's about the gist of it. Ain't possible. She sighed for dramatic effect and folded her arms, crossed her legs. All three actions were frowned upon by pilgrims of the maze. Too casual. The man with horns grimaced but didn't say anything. She made her next move. What if I told you there's no choice in the matter? What if I told you that no matter how many hell no's you throw at me, you will do what I ask because I can make you realize why you have no choice? He leaned forward and put his elbows on the table. Can we cut the BS, please? Can we both just agree to stop the charade? I ain't got no power with the pilgrims, and if you are a pilgrim, I'll donate my body to a hollowing at the next maze mass. Fess up. She affected a quick flash of fear on her face, then wiped it away with a forced smile that made her look like she was trying to hide. Oh, bother. She did most of it without thinking anyway, but every step and every word were calculated. How did you know? She asked. What gave it away? He leaned back in his chair, visibly proud of his detecting skills. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you don't smell like a bucket of shite? Maybe the fact that your face is clean and looks like it ain't been hit even once with the ugly stick. You say words in the right order and ain't falling on your knees every time the word maze is uttered. I could go on. Okay, your point is well taken. So spill it. Why are you here? Ain't you scared? Don't you have any idea how many bad people roam these here parts? Aren't most of them followers of the maze? Damn, lady, he said as he slapped the table. Them's the worst ones. Worst by a long shot. Maze worshippers are the worst people, apparently. He bristled. Aren't you one yourself? She very pointedly looked at the horns sewn upon his head. His eyes wandered up, then rolled back down. Those? Yeah, those. Let's just say they were one of my better decisions. Sleeping with these is the task, I tell you. But I was young and drunk, and there might have been a lady involved. She's dead now, and I still got these damn horns. We can help each other, she said. With a flaring discipline, she threw all the compassion and reason and certainty into her words that she could. Her proposal from earlier would now seem like the most assured thing in the world to him. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Forget that whole hell no thing I said. I'm in. For you. We'll need more of your friends, she continued. They all need to be pilgrims just like you, but maybe a little more devoted. A lot more. But not too much. A fine balance, I know. Okay, all right. And you'll keep all those promises you made when you first sat down? Every last one of them? And more, she whispered it, making him lean forward. You get me what I want, and you'll be able to move into the towers, and those horns can be removed by a professional. He liked that last one. Oh, you could see it in his eyes. All right, then, he said. What's this thing look like, anyway? The coffin? She asked. Here, let me tell you. So they're going to go steal the coffin. They're going to go steal it back from Nicholas and whatever the heck he's planning. Part 6. Jackie. She'd almost missed it. Almost. Here, she yelled, frantic, needing someone else to see what she'd thought. Hoped she was seeing. It had only been a few seconds, and already she'd worried that her eyes deceived her. Over here, hurry! Dominic was the first to reach her. Holy crap, he whispered. Miyoko was right behind him, then Trish. The four of them had been grouped together in their continued hunt for Isaac and Sedina. Although there had been several signs of human passage leading away from the house from which their friends had been abducted, fresh footprints and the remains of a campfire, human waste, Jackie and the others couldn't know for sure who'd caused them. Until now, she thought. They were 2 or 3 miles from the house in question, the clues leading them in a direct course away from the ocean, toward the east. Jackie's group had been assigned a small neighborhood that seemed a perfect spot for someone who'd wanted to break into a house for a night's sleep, or simply to hide. One of the houses up on a hill at the very end of the main street had a 3-foot high brick wall encircling the yard, which had long ago given up its fight against weeds and bushes. Someone had used a rock to scrawl a surprisingly large message across the bricks, right beside a little gate at the front of the yard. There could be no doubt as to who had done it, especially because it looked so fresh. Isaac the blacksmith was here. Also, Sedina the wise. Does that say what I think it says? Jackie asked, just to make sure she hadn't lost her mind after hours of relentless searching. The day had been very hot, and every inch of her clothes stuck to her skin. I think it says what you think it says, Miyoko responded, her voice full of glee. Not one had to put words to their reasons for her joy. They were alive! They were alive! I'll get the others, Dominic said. He took off running down the hill. That's when Jackie noticed Trish, who'd wandered a few feet away. She'd had her face covered with both hands, crying, shoulders shaking with each silent sob. Miyoko saw it as well, moved to embrace their friend. Trish allowed it, and Jackie joined in the hug. After a good long cry, Trish pulled away and stared at the words sketched across the brick. I can't even describe the relief I felt seeing that, she said, even though I'm scared they're hurting her or whatever. But oh man, at least we know she and Isaac are alive. I mean, this obviously can't be a coincidence, right? Jackie saw that she was already losing her renewed confidence from the message. No way, Jackie said. It was obviously done in the last few hours. Look how fresh it is, and I think that's why Isaac included the ridiculous blacksmith part. There'd be no doubt if and when we saw it. Even I know about his obsession with your forge. Trish let out something that was close to a laugh. Yeah, he's a little weird about it. She sniffed and visibly gathered her wits about her, standing straight and tall. You're right. This was definitely from them, and now we know that we're on the right path. That's the best news we've had all day. That's the best news we've had all day. Shouts rang up from the distance. Dominic was leading a pack of their friends down the street. He was running, trying to keep up with Miss Cohen, who had to be as screwed up with mixed emotions as Trish. They all looked pissed and ready for war. We're on the right path. Jackie agreed, as strongly as she'd ever uttered anything in her life. She spoke two words for her friends and all the world to hear. We're coming. Part 7. Minho. Roxy handed him a metal bowl, hot to the touch, filled with a gorgeous stew that smelled so good it brought tears to his eyes. Poor Minho. What a good boy. They sat next to a fire. She had insisted on calling it a campfire, a word better suited to their fun adventure, she liked to say. He didn't care. He wouldn't have cared if they'd given the flames a stupid name like Casey, Brent, Jeffrey, whatever. It was warm, cooked food, and the food was tasty. We're going to have a lot of time to get to know each other, Roxy said after a swallow of stew. You know, so I'm not going to do that old lady thing and constantly ask you questions. No, sir, I won't do it. When you want to tell me about your life, then why, you just go ahead and tell me about it. She nodded stiffly, as if convincing herself, not him, then took another bite of dinner. He thought he'd throw a surprise at her. Well, what about your life? I want to hear every little detail. Leave nothing out. She stared hard at him, the stew on her spoon sliding back into the bowl. Minho, you're teasing me. That's not very nice. You shouldn't tease a cool, level-headed, middle-aged lady like yours truly. No, sir. It really gives you a bad look. Yep. Minho made a sound that might be a chuckle in other civilizations. I'm not teasing, Roxy. I haven't teased anyone since I was saved from the flare pits as a baby. Tell me about stuff. I'll open up eventually, but you've got to set the example. Well, that'll work just fine, young man, she beamed, a face lit up with sincerity and genuineness he'd rarely, if ever, seen back at the Remnant Nation. Let's hear it then. He scraped the last bits of stew from the bowl, licked the spoon clean, then settled back and put his hands behind his head. Apologize in advance if I fall asleep. Despite that, she started. My earliest memories as a child are mostly made up of images, grandparents, feeble, more from the harshness of the world than from their age, sitting on stumps. A dad who was a wrecked person, always distraught, unable to get over my mom who died in some horrible way that was never explained to me, no matter how many times I asked. My dad carried a little wooden stool wherever he went. I can still see him sitting on that thing, staring at the ground. She paused, doing what her dad did. He ignored me mostly. It wasn't his fault, you know. He was just so broken from whatever he'd been through, from whatever happened to my mom. Minho sat up, leaning forward on his elbows. Roxy, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really, really sad. That was it. That was the best he could do, hating himself a little. He lay back and settled on his blanket. I know your life has been just as harsh, Roxy said quietly, words barely slipping through the wispy flames of the campfire. More harsh. I think it would mean a lot to me if we could end up talking about these things. These horrible, crappy things. Minho shifted so that he could look up at her face. Roxy? He pinched her mouth as if expecting a rude comment. Yes? Thank you for telling me that. She definitely seemed taken aback. Well, you're welcome. Thanks for listening. So, what do you want to hear more, or do you want to take a turn? Snored loudly. He had to fake it a bit, but not much. His eyes had closed and his breathing turned waiting. He needed sleep, and it would come. What, with yet another small beginning having graced his. He needed sleep, and it would come. What, with yet another small beginning having graced the path of his hard pan life. Typical, Roxy whispered, but there was no hurt in the word. She shuffled and shifted and settled for the night. Good night, you interesting young man. He faked another snore. Typical, she whispered again. Roxy? She didn't answer. Thank you for that stew. It was the best meal I've ever had, except maybe the one we had at your house. Thank you. So kind. We love manners. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Meow, meow. Magic word. Meow, meow, meow. Wash your damn hands. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A few seconds passed. The dying spits of the fire and flame, the only sound. Roxy snored loudly. And it was her turn. It was her turn to give him some of what he was given. Part 8. Isaac. Timon the gentle giant wasn't being so gentle at the moment, but he was still very much doing the giant thing. He had his porky ham bone of an arm wrapped around Isaac's neck, holding Isaac's right wrist and elbow sharply against his back, bending in a way that seemed contrary to nature's intention. It hurt all around, but every time Timon took a step, he was evidently performing the very important task of escorting Isaac back to the woman named Letty. Each jounce sent a bolt of pain up Isaac's arms and into his shoulders. It was a dreary ache, not helped by all the jostling. Could you just let me walk? Isaac said through gritted teeth, his face frozen in perpetual rigid wince. Please, I'm not going to run away or... Ow, just let me go. I can walk. Selena marched along next to them, tears of anger in her eyes, looking like a raged up lion waiting for the right time to spring in for the kill. She could do it too. Isaac knew her better than anyone except maybe Trish and Miss Cohen. She was tough as an iron bucket full of iron tools, especially when she'd been done wrong. Why are you doing this? Selena asked, her teeth just as clenched as Isaac's. I thought we'd come to an agreement to hear you out, stay with you, keep things peaceful. Go along for now. Let him go. She stepped closer, but then seemed to think better of it. Maybe the Sedina versus the Gentle Giant boxing match needed a little more time to marinate. It's David versus Goliath. She's gonna do it. She's gonna get the sling and bam, right in the center of his freaking forehead. You know what you did, Timon grumbled through heavy breaths. Apparently doing the walking for two people was about twice as hard as just doing it for yourself. Told me you're gonna take a dump. Next thing I know, you're scratching words on walls with a big chunky rock. That wasn't part of our sweet compromise. Sorry. Isaac wanted to respond, but he couldn't get enough breath in his lungs to sputter out a single word. He just kind of squawked and groaned, so Selena took over for him since she practically read his mind all the time anyway. There are friends, Timon, she said with an ocean full of sincerity. There are only friends in the world right now. Hell, one of them is my own mom. Can you imagine what she's going through? We just want to assure them that we're alive. A new voice entered the fray from up ahead. Oh, that's it, huh? This sounded like a bark coming from the doorway of an old coffee shop or something, the door hanging off its hinges. Letty stepped out and onto the street. Really? That's all you wanted to do? Send a nice little message of love? We're not as stupid as Timon looks. We know you're trying to leave them breadcrumbs along the way so they can follow us. Isaac, temporarily insane, tried to shout, Hansel and Gretel, because that had been a favorite story when he was little. His mom would read it to him at bedtime. Scary as hell and warped his mind, but he loved it. And that came out of his mouth, though. All that came out of his mouth, though, was a repeat of the squawk and groan from earlier. Maybe the unpleasant sounds spewing from his throat had finally been enough to convince Timon. He released Isaac from his kidnapper grip. Isaac bent over and put his hands on his knees, releasing a mixed order of coughing, spitting, sucking in breaths, letting them out, then coughing and spitting again. Letty walked right in front of him and lifted his chin with a firm hand, so he had to look up at her. What did you write on that wall? Timon opened his mouth to answer. He'd seen it after all. But Letty cut him off with a sharp swipe of her hand. I want to hear it from the boy who wrote it. What did it say? Isaac straightened up, continuing to catch his breath. He knew any chance of lying to get out of this mess had gone out the window. It was just one of those stupid tag kids leave. Johnny so-and-so was here. Regina what's-her-name was here. People do it all the time. So Isaac was here. Sedina was here. No big deal. One stiffened a bit. Isaac the blacksmith? Sedina the wise? What was that all about? What do you mean, what was that all about? They're called nicknames. Nothing to worry about. Let's keep moving. The woman rolled her eyes and shook her head. Timon made a noise that sounded like he needed to clear his sinuses. Sedina still trembled with frustration, but was wise enough to keep simmering on the but was wise enough to keep it simmering on the inside. Isaac could finally breathe again. Everyone seemed content to consider the situation settled and move on. Okay, Letty said. Come with me. I want to show you something. She turned and started up the rough remnants of a path that led away from the street and up a hill, through a jungle of weeds and bushes and small trees. Timon faced the other two and gave a stern nod toward the path, his message clear. Without a word, Isaac followed, then Sedina, the gentle giant being kind enough to take up the rear. The hill was steep, the hiking tough. Isaac's heart thumped so hard he could hear it faintly inside his head. Sedina took deep, audible breaths behind him. Several times they needed to grab a hanging branch or strong weed to pull themselves up a section. Letty, above, bounded along like she was going downhill instead of up. By the time they crested the top of the hill, Isaac had released at least a quart of sweat through his skin, and his chest heaved with each breath. But it felt good, exhilarating. It made him miss the sweaty, smoky, hard-working days at the forge back home. Come on, Letty said, waving her arm as she continued walking along the top of the hill. The darkening sky loomed over them, vast and unbroken now, the very first hint of stars beginning to peek through the heavenly facade. Isaac was lost for a moment in the sheer beauty of the view, the sun glimmering on the distant ocean as it sank toward the horizon. The expanse of buildings in every direction, some of the remaining windows glowing orange in their reflection. On the other side of the hill, mountains rose in the distance, their colors somewhere between red and purple in the fading light. A sudden and powerful sadness gripped his heart. How wonderful the world must have been once. Why did it all have to be ruined by apocalypse and disease? Could it ever make a comeback? Here, Letty said. She stopped and squatted on her haunches, pointing to a spot down in the sprawling neighborhoods of the city, lying beneath a blanket of shadow. Come here and look. Isaac knelt in the dirt next to the woman and followed the trajectory of her arm. It took a moment to focus, to see in a spot maybe 2 or 3 miles away. People. A group of people, maybe 10 or 15 of them. That's, Sedina began, but didn't need to finish. Letty looked back at her and nodded. Yes, that's them. We've left just enough clues to let them stay on our trail. Thanks for helping out with that. Isaac wanted to respond, but he was speechless. Did you really think we'd let you do something like scrawl a giant message across a brick wall before stopping you? Letty exchanged a glance with Timon. It worked out, didn't it? We got to teach you a lesson about how important it is to do what we say, and we left a big sign encouraging them to keep coming. But why? Sedina asked. I don't get it. Are you going to let them catch up to us or not? Letty didn't answer the question. She stood and started back down the hill, away from their friends. Isaac knew they could make a run for it. It's not like either of their captors would risk killing them. At the very least, Sedina was important to someone, somewhere, for reasons unknown. Even now, he could probably push Timon, and the gentle giant would very ungently tumble down the small mountain, but not yet, Isaac told himself. Not yet. Like a puppy dog, he followed his masters. So they're giving him some hope. They're like, look, your friends are over there. And, you think that you were going against us, but you were really following our plan the entire freaking time. Too bad, but also good. And so are they going to fight back? Maybe. But they need to figure out where they're going. They need to figure it out exactly why Sedina is important. What they're trying to do with her, using her to accomplish. Coffin. So there's someone's genetics is the implication, right? Someone who died, someone who was really important, and they're going to use their genes to continue the evolution because Alexandra is trying to steer the direction. But how do they cause this evolution thing? The evolution happened 30 years ago. 30 years ago, and we're 70 years. So it was 40 years after the maze run, the original. The flare virus evolved, caused humanity to evolve. It seems like she also has improved like reflexes and abilities too. It's not just like mental capacity, where she's able to like do all this like planning and strategizing, but also probably increase physical ability because it sounded like she was going to be able to fight if she did get into any trouble being out there with all the maze worshippers. Part 3, 1 month later. I've noticed something about myself. I'm still a human being. The bloody flare be damned, especially with memories coming back, all mixed up with spurts of madness. I don't feel so good, that's for sure. But I miss my mom, my dad, my sister. I barely remember them, but they're creeping their way back into my thoughts and heart, and I miss them. I don't like the prospect of going crazy or losing what I've just started to gain, and this helps me realize that I'm a human being, even as I begin to lose my humanity. There's a lesson in that somewhere. I'll figure it out later. The Book of Newt. We're all human beings, chat. Don't be afraid to be a human being. Don't be afraid to exist. Existing is not a crime. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. We love you, chat. We love you. Okay. So we're on page 139. Trying to get to 186. About 50 pages. We're about 2 hours in. I believe we can get this done. I'm gonna go make some more tea though. Yeah, so we'll do our best. I suppose we will call it a stream at 11. Yeah. So that we have like a hard stop. And then whatever's left over, we can continue and finish off. It's not. But I will return in 1 second, and then we'll continue on. Back, I'll be right back. There's some cat crying outside. Meow 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 meow. Yo yo. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Go sit over. All right, here we are, chapter 10, The River. We start with Jackie. She woke up before everyone else, dawn just kissing the eastern sky. A lifetime had passed since they first stepped from that damn boat onto the sandy beaches of the old world. She didn't know the literal number of days, probably 3 or 4 weeks. Miyoko was keeping a calendar, but Jackie had told her. Miyoko was keeping a calendar, but Jackie had told her to stop with the constant updates. She didn't want to think about it. Regardless, it felt like years, a lifetime of walking. North through the city, north along the coast of the ocean and its countless abandoned, lifeless seaside villages, north and north and north, sometimes east and then north and then east again, eventually leaving the coastline in the distance. No one knew exactly why this route had been set or where they were going exactly. Only one thing guided them: clues, signs, messages, staying on the trail. Although none of her friends would dare say it out loud, it almost seemed too easy. But Isaac and Sedina were somewhere ahead of them, nothing more than a few, never more than a couple days worth, and both of them were alive and well by the looks of it. Jackie and the others just couldn't quite catch up to them, always a step behind. A good number of steps, actually. Hey, you, someone whispered. Jackie just about jumped out of her clothes, but hid it well. She rolled over to see Dominic sitting on the ground not 3 feet from her, next to the previous night's campfire, its smoldering, wispy remains like gray ghosts leaking towards the sky. What are you doing up so early? She asked. Dominic was notorious for having to be dragged out of his sleeping bag each morning. Had to pee. Somehow that was his go-to answer for about 20 different questions. Saw you stirring. Thought I'd say hi. That's sweet of you, Dom. Can you go take a pee for me, too? I don't think it works that way. I could get you a bucket. She sniggered at that. We probably won't leave for another couple of hours. Don't you think you should get some more sleep? You're kind of grumpy even when you do get a full night's rest. Grumpy? I'm not grumpy. He looked genuinely hurt. Just teasing you. She paused, growing more serious. What happens after we find them? He looked down at the ground. I don't know. Think we'll ever make it back home? I hope so. We have to. I want to. What about you? She nodded, trying to hold back a sudden and unwelcome push of tears. Yeah, I think we're going to make it back home. That I do. Then she had an idea. How about we go make breakfast for the others? They'll think we're the best people who ever lived. His face lit up. Yeah, let's do it. Part 2. She tricked Dominic into doing most of the work, saying she needed to use the bathroom just as the hot and heavy business of frying the eggs and deer meat over the fire got going. A nearby copse of trees, a rare sight in the sparse, scrubby hardpan desert they'd been traversing, seemed the perfect spot. When she was finished, she leaned against the tree to collect herself, figuring Dominic was able enough to wrap up breakfast. That sucks, but fine. Take your time, rest, relax. Thoughts of the past months swarmed into her mind. It's funny though, Dominic, he's up early and she has him working. The relentless walking through heat in the day and cold in the night. That adaptation to life in the wild, hunting for food with traps and knives, the daily search for clues of Isaac and Sedina, the lifting and dashing of hopes, the sheer emptiness of the world. As if every other human had been zapped from existence. She didn't know what she'd do without the others and their friendship, their knack for survival, their senses of humor and willingness to share a cry. Something told her she couldn't judge the greater parts of Earth based on the few hundred miles they'd crossed. Who knew what was out there? 7 continents, countless islands, decades since the flare? Who knew? But she missed home. She missed home so badly. Back at camp, most of the others had already roused themselves once the smells of frying food permeated the air. Surprisingly, Dominic hadn't burnt anything or spilled grease on the fire. She kind of liked that big goof. Even as she had the thought, he spotted her and waved, dropping half the food in the dirt. Oh my god! No! He worked so hard! As he scrambled to salvage it, she laughed because she had no doubt it would still be eaten. Find any clues? Jackie started. Miss Cohen had sneaked up on her. Sedina's mom asked the same question about 40 times a day. No, sorry, nothing. The woman let out a weary morning sigh. Oh well, that's okay. I think we're really on their trail for now. Pretty soon we're gonna hit a river that Alvarez scouted last night. It's really wide, so I can't fathom they tried to cross it. I bet we follow that thing north for a good long while. Come on, let's get some of that food before all the dirt-free stuff is gone. Soon they were eating with the others in a big circle. The deer meat was charred after all, and Jackie tried to ignore the grains of dirt that kept grinding against her teeth. And she had more time to think. All of her life she'd heard about cranks, the flare, the devastated apocalypse of the sun. And yet for weeks now, once they'd gotten out of the city and its surroundings, they'd seen almost nothing but nature, beautiful nature. Nature is healing, chat. Nature finds a way. The planet seemed to be winning the battle. However, the eventual run-in with other humans was inevitable, and she'd be a fool not to know it. You know what my dad used to say? Miyoko had spoken, her empty canteen hanging from the hand she propped on her knee. What's that? Jackie asked. She took her last bite of venison and was glad to be done. Penny for your thoughts. I've never seen a penny in my life, but if I had one, I'd give it to you. Where's your mind at? I can tell you've started thinking again. Jackie was famous in the group for dwelling on things. She wished she could be more carefree, but it was in her nature to worry, to ponder, to reminisce, to wonder what could have been, and question what's coming. It's all just so weird. I mean, why are we here? The whole reason we got on that boat was because of Cletter, and now she's dead. We're wandering the wilderness like freaking Moses from the Bible. Or is that Joseph? Paul? Who the hell knows? Mr. Baxby never could shut up with his town square preaching. Mr. Baxby, Miyoko repeated. Guess I never met him. You Eastsiders kept to yourself, that's for sure. She didn't mean it as rudely as it came out, and she quickly moved on after a peace offering smile. Everything just feels untethered right now. Makes sense? Miyoko could say a lot with her eyes, and right now she showed she understood very well. I get it, but life doesn't ever go the way you think, does it? Maybe we'll go back and find Cletter's people eventually, but right now, only one thing matters. She nodded over at Trish. Jackie felt instantly stupid and ashamed. Oh, I know, I know. I shouldn't have said that. Finding Isaac and Selena is our purpose right now, that's all. Hey, Miyoko interrupted. Stop. None of that self-guilt crap. My dad used to say something else. That was cheesy as hell too. It's all about the journey. He must have said that once a week. Just go with the flow, Jackie. We're all in the same boat. Their eyes met at that, and they both were laughing. Now that I can be thankful for, Jackie said. No more boats for at least another month or two. Then maybe we can go back home. As quickly as that, the air grew somber again. Luckily, Dominic, Trish, Carson, and Lacey scooted closer to shift the mood. Dom made some weird joke about Jackie leaving a stink trail in the trees. Trish told him to shut up and complimented him on the breakfast. Carson complained that he slept directly on top of a jagged rock all night. Lacey asked in the most nonchalant voice ever why he didn't just scoot a few inches to the left. Then she called him a slinthead, a word Jackie had never heard before. Slinthead. That's an old Glader's term, right? A word Jackie had never heard before. All was well. At least all was okay. Things could be worse. Miss Cohen came over then, hands on hips like a tyrant schoolmaster. Good to see, good to see you guys laughing this morning. She always tried to greet the younger people with a smile. But Jackie knew the truth. You could see it in the older woman's eyes. She was distraught, a strain that couldn't be relieved until they found her daughter. Isaac, of course. You all ready to pack up and go? Frypan thinks it could be a hot one today, and it should be a lot cooler next to the river. Ready to go, Dominic pronounced. He stood up, groaning out like an old man. Soon they were all up and about, breaking camp. The river, Jackie thought, as she stuffed the ratty old backpack she'd found in the city. Things would get better once they got to the river. No, foreshadowing. It's not gonna get better, chat. There's no way. after saying that, there's no way it gets better. Hey, wait, with my closed caption. Oh, wait, no, that. Okay, good. We're back. We're back. Thought it turned off, and I was about to be very, very, very upset. Interesting. Okay. Part three. Minho. The orphan didn't know much in the way of vehicles, as they were mostly a rare thing in the modern world. The grief bearers of the remnant nation had trucks and cars to use around the fortress, and there were the monstrous machines that drove on giant wheels and could crush anything in sight. And there were monstrous machines that drove on giant wheels and could crush anything in sight. It sounds like a monster truck. Some of them were relics from the past, carefully restored, and others were twisted inventions of people with too much time on their hands. And some came from a mysterious outside source that the likes of him only whispered about. But still, a vehicle was a pretty rare possession, and he certainly never had a go at one himself. Despite all this, in the past few weeks, he'd come to an indisputable conclusion. Roxy was a crazy driver. She'd never met a hill, snowbank, stream, or boulder that she didn't love to drive straight over or through. There was no speed too fast, no slope too steep. Often, when he gripped the dashboard and closed his eyes and accepted that death comes to all people, she'd let out a loud whooping cry and then laugh, even as the truck bounced or swerved or tilted precariously. At least she had the decency to act embarrassed after such episodes. When are you going to let me have a turn? He asked for the thousandth time. Although he'd grown to love their nightly fireside visits, sitting in peaceful silence or venting about the past, he'd yet to feel likewise about her time behind the wheel, as she called it. Never, son, and stop asking. This is my truck. He'd ask again tomorrow. They were driving down a long road, cracked and full of holes, straight as the shaft of a rifle. But it was drivable, unlike a lot of other roads they'd come across. This usually didn't matter to Roxy, who thought the answer to such things was to drive faster and hope for the best. The orphan had considered himself one of the bravest people in the world after all the training he'd been through, but his companion on this westbound journey tested his courage each and every day. Could we at least stop to take a piss? His bladder was like a rain catch about to burst from weight. Excuse me. I might throw up too, just for good measure. It's a miracle how you can swerve so much on a perfectly straight road. Damn. All right. She slammed on the brakes and the truck screeched to a stop. His bladder almost gave up, but he held it back. He quickly opened the door, jumped out, and did his business only a few feet into the scrub bush. No time for proprieties. Then he took a moment to enjoy the scenery, miles and miles of sparse scrubland in hills and valleys, the faint outline of mountains in the distance, a jagged shadow of gray against the deep blue of the cloudless sky. Had he changed? He had changed as they'd been driving across the country, as they stopped each night and ate a simple meal cooked on a simple fire. As they talked and talked, he more than her, perhaps the most shocking development of all, about the remnant nation's brutal policy of killing, burning any and all of those infected, about being orphaned, about being an orphan, about training, about working, about manning the fortress wall and killing of his own. And he told her about Kit, the boy he'd saved. Perhaps that had been the actual moment of the Perhaps that had been the actual moment the transformation had begun. Who the hell knew? He changed in ways he didn't know a person could change. Sometimes he thought back to how terse and tightly wound of a human being he'd been before his escape from the remnant nation. In many ways, he barely resembled a human being, at least compared to what he saw in Roxy. Where she was full of life and kindness and humor, he'd been like a dried up turd in an old bucket, something no one wanted to be around. He had to be that way. He'd been raised and trained to be that way, but no longer. He never wanted to lose his toughness, his hardness, his skills as a living weapon. However, Roxy had introduced to him an entirely new world, both literally and figuratively. As they crossed the wide open spaces of mountains, deserts, and grasslands, he started to realize that it was okay every once in a damn while, to feel some joy. You don't need to be all business. It's okay to play, right? Boo! A tap on his shoulder. She always tried this, but she always tried this, but it was one of the many ways in which he hadn't changed. Do you really think I didn't hear you sneaking up behind me? He asked without turning around. I'm better trained than that. Also, sometimes you're really creepy. I'm trying to have a private moment here. Stepped up beside him. It really is a sight, isn't it? I'm sure glad you forced me to come on this trip. She always tried that as well, being funny. It's been one of the best times of my life. Yeah, he faltered a bit, the brightness of the day dimming. This happened sometimes, a lot actually. Just when he was thinking about how much he'd changed, the darkness rolled in and tried to correct him. He never knew what might trigger it, but he felt it now, a harsh thumping in his head and heart, a brutal beat to his pulse, anger. For the smallest moments, he had the urge to push Roxy to the ground and steal her truck, take back his true nature, stop trusting her, assume she was the enemy. He didn't want to laugh ever again. Minho? He looked at her. It took a mighty effort to keep his face still, his hands at his sides, his breathing steady. Tell me about your husband again. She answered with a genuine smile. He was a hard worker. He was kind. He was hilarious. He taught me how to cook, but never expected me to do it. He loved roaming the woods, teaching me about plants, mushrooms, animals. He loved learning from me, too. We built that house together, you know. Of course, you know. He was a wonderful man, and I miss him every day. Minho nodded, breathed. Someday I want to be like him. You're well on your way, almost there, but you'll never quite make it. Almost is good enough. She always threw in a little grandma sass, just the right amount. She paused. You okay? Yeah, let's go. He turned from her, walked toward the truck. It was all he could manage right then, and although she couldn't possibly understand, this was a victory. It was another beginning. The next day, they came upon a river, and then they followed the river straight up north. So close. We're so close. Super hot, super hot, super hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. um, nope. Part 4, Isaac. It was rare for him to dream these days. Usually, after a long day of marching beside Sedinum, the gentle giant, and Letty, he collapsed onto the pathetic excuse for a sleeping bag inside the pathetic excuse for a tent, and fell asleep within seconds. A deep sleep, a blissful sleep, where nothing happened, nothing at all. The only drawback to that was often it seemed that Letty was waking him up as soon as his head hit the pathetic excuse for a pillow, an old blanket wrapped with twine. But tonight he dreamed. Nothing fancy, just glimpses of his life on the island, when things had been good and happy, when his parents and sister had been alive and well, when his biggest worries were completing his chores in their yurt and convincing Captain Sparks to give him time in the forge in the days before Isaac became an official apprentice. He dreamed of his mom fixing the leak in the roof and swearing no less than 40 times, his dad arguing with a neighbor about the recent shift in ocean currents and what that meant for the weather and upcoming harvest. And then the day, the accident, the world twisting inside out. It had been raining, raining hard, sheets of it. Luckily, it was several days before the planting of that year, or else a lot of it would have been washed away. Rain, rain, and then more rain. He could hear it in his dreams. Gushes of water, cascades of water, thousands of quarts of water rushing over other thousands of quarts of water rushing over other thousands of quarts of water. Can you stop? Can you freaking stop? What are you doing? What are you doing? It's just nothing but dragging her butt all over the freaking floor. Ay, 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 little lady. It's so funny. uh, Dogs. Still deciding where she wants. Is that the spot? Can you find it? Is that it? I think she found it. There it is. There it is. She put her head down. Good girl. Good girl. Gushes of water, cascades of water, thousands of quarts of water rushing over other thousands of quarts of water. His eyes opened. The dream was over, and yet the sounds were still there. A roar of water upon water upon water. The simple word itself couldn't explain the sheer magnificent volume of it. The river. Beautiful river. He was only hearing the river. He sat up, surprised that for once he had awakened without Letty and her annoying little lilting voice singing "Good morning" over and over. Good morning, good morning, good morning, sounding like a pissed off seagull. Weird that the same woman who did that also had Weird that the same woman who did that had also told him about the evolution, about how the flare had mutated into several variants, and that some had the potential to create a human race far more advanced, or kill every last person on Earth. Whatever she said, it usually ended in a ramble that made little sense to Isaac. Interesting. So, yes, the flare virus itself is what has evolved. For all that, she tried her best to act like all was well in the world, like they were a happy family enjoying the trip of a lifetime, but it did no good. Despite all their pretending, Letty and Timon found plenty of times to remind him that Sedina of and Letty and Timon found plenty of times to remind him and Sedina of the deepening threat if they tried to run. What had been done to Kletter could be done to anyone. That was Timon's favorite thing to say, although Isaac often wondered if he actually meant it. Both of them were hard to read for certain. But he and Sedina had decided to bide their time. Despite the days turning into weeks, the march north, and east relentless and hard. They knew their friends were still on the trail, just a few days behind. It made no sense and was one of the most bizarre things Isaac had ever experienced. The whole situation was like a dark secret that everyone knew but refused to talk about. What game was Letty playing? Why couldn't they just let them catch up and keep moving? Safety in numbers? But it had been made crystal clear that wasn't an option. Isaac crawled through the loose flap of the ancient tattered tent that he shared with Sedina. Timon was nearby, building a fire to cook breakfast. The man seemed to never ever sleep. He watched over his captives until they were asleep, and he was always waiting for them when they awoke in the mornings. Every once in a while, Isaac got up in the middle of the night to take a piss, only to come back and see Timon peeking out of his own tent with his ugly mug of a face, watching, always watching. Oi, oi, oi! All we've got is the last of the bacon that we've hoofed in. Oi! Cut it out! Alright. Alright. Working at nothing, we don't give them the satisfaction. all we've got all we've got is the last of the bacon we hoofed in, the gentle giant said, practically shouting to be heard over the roar of the river. They'd camped less than they'd camped less than 30 meters from its west bank. We really need to catch some bigger game today. I'm sick of rabbits and squirrels. Don't know about you. I've seen wild pigs out in these parts. You up for it? Yeah, sure, whatever, Isaac replied. It was conversations like this that made their situation seem so absurd. Everything was normal, no tension to speak of, almost always, and yet that threat hung over them, like a mist you could barely sense, almost felt more than seen. Selena came out, bleary eyed, quiet. Then Letty suddenly appeared from the direction of the river, holding the length of twine with at least 6 large trout strung up. Of course she'd been up before them. Of course she'd been fishing and managed to catch enough to feed them a huge breakfast. What in the world is my life? Isaac thought. Stuck with the tyrant woman who fishes 1 second, talks about evolution and extinction the next. But he wouldn't be complaining. The prospect of fire-cooked trout made his mouth water and made him think of home again. Timon looked at his partner in awe. Letty, you're a walking miracle. She handed the hall a couple of poor she handed the hall, a couple of the poor creatures still flopping and bopping, over to Timon. I catch, you cook, at least for today. I wouldn't trust you to do it anyway. Give me a half hour. Isaac didn't know if he could stand the wait. Tasty. Fish, Although the savory smell and sizzling flesh of the slowly grilled trout almost drove Isaac crazy with hunger, it was finally worth the wait when they all dug in. The skin and meat were fiery hot to the touch, and it was a delicate dance indeed to devour the fish as quickly as your stomach begged for it, without winning severe burns on your fingers, lips, and tongue. The wait had been worth it. The burns had been worth it. The inevitable upset stomach and unpleasant afterworks of such a thing, yes, was worth it. I think I ate more than you, Sadina said, staring at him with puffy eyes, as if fish juice had somehow made it through her system and found itself all the way up there, filling her head. If you did, he replied, you stole it from me. Letty dished it out fair and square. Sorry, kid. She likes me more and gave me more. It's fitting since I carry twice the stuff you do. A woman needs her strength. So does a man, he whimpered, really wishing he could have one extra piece of that succulent, salty, tangy little beast of the river. Sadina sat up. Oh? She looked around the camp, searching left and right, up and down. Have you seen a man somewhere? Let me know right away, and I'll feed him myself. That's so funny, I forgot to laugh. She really did laugh. Thank you for proving my points. I think my cousin said that phrase last time she was at our yurt for Winterfest. Oh, she's 3, by the way. Isaac wasn't really in the mood for banter, and Selena realized that as soon as he'd formed the thought. Using her uncanny ability to switch moods, she scooted over to sit close to him. She gently pressed a generous chunk of steaming fish through his lips. He chewed, and the ecstasy of taste filled him up. Meanwhile, Selena pulled him into a hug, holding him tightly against her. She whispered into his ear, I know you, Isaac. I know what's got you down. You do? He asked. He asked it even though he knew the answer. She did. Did you dream about them that day? He nodded. After another hard squeeze of a hug, she pulled back and stood up, now looking down on him. We need to do this, Isaac. We need to talk about it. You need to tell your story out loud to others, right now. Tell it to me. Tell it to Timon. Tell it to Letty. We know they care about us, even though they try to act all tough and rough sometimes. We're in this together, and we all know it. So she reached down and grabbed his hand, then pulled him off the ground to stand close to her. Another hug, another whisper in his ear. Will you do this, please? It's for you. I promise it's for you. But it's also for me. If my mom taught me anything, it's that we can't bottle stuff up. We have to talk about it, talk through it. Let others share your burden. Cheesy? Maybe, but not a debate. This has to happen. Through all that extrapolating, he wasn't even sure at first what she meant. Talking? With her? With them? With everyone? Give a speech? About what, for Flair's sake? But finally, he thought he understood. Sedina had wanted him to do this for a long time, and he'd always clammed up or run away. Both, usually. But you know what? He thought, screw it. She's right, and she knows she's right. The former as annoying as the latter. Okay, he said, fine. I'm ready to talk about it, even with Letty and her big bouncy ball of a giant. The fire's not dead yet. Let's gather round, shall we? Sedina rolled her eyes at his formal manner. Throughout this long path to making a decision, Timon and Letty had stood back, kind of watching with interest, maybe curiosity. They couldn't know what Isaac and Sedina were talking about, but surely they wanted to. Come on then, Isaac said. A minute or two passed as everyone got settled, 4 people around a fire, everyone able to see everyone else. The fire spat and crackled, slowly dying by unleashing waves of heat from the coals and white-hot ash. It was my fault, Isaac began. Sedina, as predictable as ever, as loving as ever, started to protest, but he quieted her with a look. You want me to tell the story or you want me to lie? It's my fault. That's how I feel, sometimes. The tiny rational part of my brain knows it's not true, but the big chunk of dummy brain can't stop torturing me with it. You're always preaching that it helps to say things out loud. Well, there you go. What happened? Letty asked. She seemed genuine enough. Back on the island, we got some hell-bent rainstorms a few times a year. This one was even worse than usual. It was like some kind of water magnet had picked up the entire ocean and then dropped it on us. That's when I made the worst decision of my life. I thought it'd be fun to be on the beach, soaked by the storm, watching the giant waves come in. Dummy brain, big, all that. His eyes met Timon's, who then quickly looked down at the smoldering ashes. Something's not right about these people, Isaac thought. They care about us way more than they let on. Then, Sedina prodded. He didn't know how long he'd been quiet. Then, well, I got hit by the biggest wave I ever saw, and it grabbed me by the damn ankles like it had hands and swept me out to sea. I don't know how my mom and dad knew, but they came running. They're your parents, Letty said, her voice a little haunted, as if by her own memories. Parents know when their child is in danger. Yeah, well, my sister came with them, he mumbled. What about her? It was a cruel thing to say, and she did bristle a little, just enough to make him feel sorry. He sighed, completely aware that he was deflecting the pain like usual. And was that a bad thing? He decided it wasn't. Look, I know I was supposed to tell this big story, but there's not much to tell. You think I was taking notes out there? Getting beat to hell by waves twice as tall as Timon, the gentle giant here? I hardly remember anything. I was choking on salt water and spitting and trying to breathe. I was drowning. That's what I was doing, drowning. And I remember hearing my dad's voice, screaming, absolutely screaming my name. I never heard my mom or sister, though. That got him. That got him good. His chest hitched with an unexpected sob, and then cries poured out of him like the rain that day. Sedina was there in a flash, pulling him close. He grabbed onto her, embarrassed but thankful she was there. After a few minutes he'd had enough, he gently released himself from Sedina and stood up. The rest is easy enough to figure out. He walked over to his tent and started breaking it down. Come on, I need to get it out of here. He walked over to his tent and started breaking it down. Come on, I need to get out of here. He never worked so furiously or gotten it done so quickly. He went to his next task and then the next. They allowed him to do it, mostly by himself. Sedina looked sad, but Timon was even more distressed, as if he'd been the one to lose his family in one day. Maybe he had. 20 minutes later, the camp was cleaned up and ready to go. Isaac was absolutely drenched in sweat, the straps of his backpack cinched tight, but he did feel better. Let's go, he said, already walking. They marched north, the river to their right, its roar now a constant reminder. They all know exactly what happened to him that fateful day. Poor guy. Chapter 11, The Bridge's Skeleton, Part 1, Alexandra. Tonight she would reveal herself to them. They deserved to know. More importantly, it would be the last piece of the puzzle to ensure their commitment to her, their devotion, their worship. After all the secret meetings, after all the planning and scheming, after all the exchanges of promises and riches, they were already tied to her like the lashings of a ship. After tonight, the lashings would turn into iron chains, never to be removed. So she's taking all of these maze worshippers and she's making them her followers, her VIP supreme followers. They met in the usual spot, an abandoned basement beneath a fallen warehouse left to decay by its owners before any of them had been born. How it hadn't collapsed into the basement was a wonder, as was the very maze-like route through the rubble to get to its entrance. Maze-like. He'd had the thought without any irony. Her friend with the horns, who'd refused to reveal his name until a week ago, Manus, which he must have thought sounded very masculine indeed, sat to her right around the makeshift table they'd scrounged from the ruins. 6 others were there, 3 women, 3 men, all dressed in yellow robes of the maze. Besides Manus, the heretic, they were all devout followers of the faith, devout to a fault, for them anyway. They were exactly what she needed, and after what they were about to hear and see, they'd be groveling at her feet, quite literally. She's about to evolve them, right? Like, that's what's going to happen, the evolution. Let's begin, she said. Manus folded his arms and placed them on the table, staring at the others one by one. His horns rose comically from his head, and Alexandra knew that night wouldn't end before he reminded her once again of her promise to have those stupid things removed by a professional, someone who wouldn't crack his skull in the process. We've got it all set up for Sunday, Manus pronounced, right at noon, when most of our friends in the faith will be gathering at the doors to the maze for the mass. One of the women, no horns on this lady, spoke up. I would just like to reiterate what I've said from the beginning. We shouldn't play this out at such a holy time. It's not right. The man next to her, this guy was also hornless, but every known name of the Gladers of old had been tattooed on various spots of his face. He agreed, apparently. Yes, I second the motion. Manus slammed his hand on the tabletop, then refolded his arms, and then he was shouting, We're planning to kill a member of our own godhead and then steal the most holy relic in the history of holy relics. You're worried about doing it during Maze Mass? Did I choose the wrong pilgrims? Calm yourself, Manus. Alexandra child Alexandra chided, or I'll do it for you. So they're gonna kill Nicholas. They're gonna steal the coffin, and they're gonna go through with whatever Alexandra's plan is in terms of the flare evolution. Flare evolution. Okay, fine, Manus grumbled. Your objections are noted in the record. Notice there isn't any damn record, but I'll remember it. Anyway, Sunday noon, we'll meet where the pilgrims are gathered, then sneak away as they get really into their stuff. The house of God is maybe half a mile from there, and we all know the plan once we arrive. The man with tattoos spoke next. We know the plan so well. Why did we have to meet? Why did we meet tonight? Where's the proof you promised? Manus didn't respond, just looked over at Alexandra. It was time. She stood up. To the gasps of almost everyone in the room, she slipped out of her robe, letting it fall to the floor. Underneath, she wore the finest of clothes, dyed the finest and brightest of colors, interlaced with threads of gold and silver. Then she reached up and pulled the grimy wig off her head, tossed it on top of the discarded robe. Next, she pulled out the pins holding her hair in a bun, letting it fall to her shoulders as she brushed it out with dirty fingers. The thickest, darkest, richest hair they'd ever seen, cascading in waves upon her upper body. That was all it took. These people knew who she was. These people had absolutely no doubt who she was. How many times had they lined the streets to watch her pass? How many times had they fallen to their knees and beaten themselves in her holy presence to show their devotion? They knew a member of the Godhead when they saw one. Well, when a member of the Godhead didn't wear a disguise, anyway. There was a shock at first. No one moved, no one spoke, no one breathed. Then the six of them did all three things at once. The next few minutes proved as predictable as gravity, and she allowed it to happen. Pilgrims tumbled out of their chairs, fell to the floor, bowed their heads to avert their eyes in humility, all of them shouting words and phrases, most of them indecipherable. But Alexandra heard various renditions of it. Praise the maize, and glory to the gladers, and damn the grievers to hell, and touch me, God, please touch me. But mostly she heard wailing and moaning mixed with hysterical cries of joy. Manus had remained in his seat, but he stared at her in disbelief. The others crawled toward her, not on hands and knees like a toddler, but flat on their stomachs, in deference to their god, pulling themselves forward with their arms, looking like nothing so much as worms or lizards or some other slithering creature. Soon they surrounded her prostrate, but having shown enough humility to now look at her with pleading eyes. They'd stopped making their noises, now only to be shown some grace by one of the three to whom they'd devoted their lives. It sickened her. It did, but she committed to a path from which she could not turn. When all of this was over, when she stood alone as their god, goddess, whatever, then things would change. With the coffin in her possession, things could finally begin to change. But first, she had to be rid of Nicholas. Mikhail too, perhaps. But Nicholas first, because he was the toughest. Do you know who I am? She asked quietly. This set off another burst of excitement, as she had to let that go on for a minute or so. Then she raised her hands to silence them. I am your goddess, and you see me for who I am. You have been in my presence, and as you search your hearts, you know what you have felt. I am the evolution. You are my children, and one day soon you will evolve as I have evolved. Do you believe my words? Yes, yes, they did. They made that perfectly clear before she had to silence them again. Your goddess is pleased. What Manus has directed is what I have directed. The god named Nicholas has broken the seal before its time. A blasphemy. It has been revealed that he must be punished and that I must rise in his place. Behold your new god. Back in her apartments, she'd spent hours writing this stuff up. Now she found it hard to believe they'd yet to laugh in her face, roll on the floor, holding their bellies while they shook with uncontrollable mirth. But this was the way of the Godhead, wasn't it? Still, faith and devotion can only be relied on to a point. Now a step up. You asked for proof, she said. I don't blame you. It pleases me that you wouldn't rise up against the Godhead without absolute knowledge that it was the right thing to do. I've decided to give you that. Proof. She paused for a very long time, trying even her own patience. Finally, one of them couldn't stand it anymore. One of the men. What is the goddess? No pilgrim in Alexandra's lifetime had been allowed what she was about to grant. I'm going to take you inside the maze. I'm going to let you see for yourselves. Hysteria. They were so happy. Yeah, we're going to the maze. Meow, 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 meow. Mean Home part two. Part two, Mean Home. People. He saw people. He looked over at Roxy lying next to him on the crest of a hill. Tell me I haven't lost my mind. Those are people over there, right? Humans? Yes, Minho. I believe those are humans. So he's found the group. Okay, so they're gonna join up with everybody. They're probably found how am I forgetting your name? I can remember. I can remember. No, that's Valkyrie's name. Isaac. I got Alexandra and Minho, and then who's the third one? I mean, the fourth one. No, Jackie. Okay, nice, nice. We did it. We nailed it. It's probably Jackie and that crew. All the stragglers left behind. Nice and warm. I think that they're gonna join up with Jackie's group, and they're gonna continue following Isaac and Letty and Timon and I gotta repeat their names so that we don't forget. And Sedina. Oh, I know. Okay, we gotta keep reading. Four of them. Okay, so maybe he's actually gonna meet up with Isaac. They'd been driving for only a few hours that day when they'd come upon a wide river, its current gushing along at a pretty good clip. A bridge arced across the water, but it was in terrible shape, warped and broken. The skeleton of it, however, seemed intact. They could walk across if they wanted. They couldn't risk the truck. They'd taken a break, eaten some food. The supplies were dwindling faster than he dared admit to himself. Then he heard what they thought was a laugh. Thinking it to be a bird, but just in case, the two of them had crawled up the small hill and peeked over the edge. People. He saw people. Four of them. Yeah, so I mean that's gotta be our Isaac and Sedina crew. They were on the other side of the river, which was why the laugh had been so faint. It must have just caught the right spit of the wind for them to hear it at all. The strangers hadn't been there when he and Roxy had first arrived, and now he was glad they'd parked the truck in a secluded spot for just this purpose. No matter how long you went without seeing another soul, you always had to act like maybe, just maybe, you might see another soul. And they might not be friendly. What do we do? Roxy asked. Invite them for tea? The orphan smiled, but he didn't feel it. As hard as he tried, he couldn't suppress the dark, dark feeling that rose up in him. His entire life, he'd been trained what to do in exactly this situation. He needed to kill them. He needed to kill them before they got close enough to spread whatever disease might rack their bodies. But telling Roxy that seemed like a bad idea, so he stayed quiet and she returned her attention to the other side of the river. There were two men and two women from what he could tell. One of the men was huge in both height and strength. The others all seemed rather similar to each other. Each had an overstuffed pack on their shoulders, and the way they were walking, stumped and haggard, showed that they'd been at it a long time. They stopped, dropping those heavy packs carelessly to the ground near the foot of the bridge, perhaps seeing it much like the orphan and Roxy had seen it, an excuse to stop and rest. In fact, daylight was melting into twilight. They were probably going to camp over there. They seem like murderers? Roxy asked. The orphan eased backward down the slope until confident of being unseen, then stood up and walked back to the truck. Roxy followed right on his heels. Well, she pushed, do they look like bad guys or good guys? I think they seem perfectly harmless. But he couldn't give her an answer yet. He wished she'd stayed on the hill. Placing both hands on the hood of the vehicle, his back to her, he closed his eyes and forced himself to take 5 long, deep breaths. Minho, he thought. My name is Minho. He held on to that, tried to push away, because otherwise, if he's an orphan, he's going to have to kill them. Tried to push away the instinct that had come over him, the instinct to kill and ask questions later. But no sooner had he gone that mental route before he doubted. But no sooner had he gone that mental route before he doubted himself. Those people could be infected. Those people might have the same instincts as me. They might be infected. They might want to kill. Murderous rage. We need to leave, he said. It doesn't matter if they hear us. We'll be long gone by the time they do. We can just drive further north, follow the river until we find another bridge. This one is too frail for to hold us anyway. He didn't respond, not even a grunt or of disagreement or a of acknowledgement. He sighed, wishing he could be alone to deal with this. He wasn't in the mood to argue. Releasing another sigh, exaggerated with frustration, he turned around and leaned backward against the truck. She was gone, vanished. He sprinted back up the hill, hoping she kept her senses. He reached the top. Nope, she hadn't vanished at all. Down below, she just stepped onto the rickety frame of the bridge. Interesting. She wants to go talk to the people. Part 3, Jackie. Her days went through cycles, and after so many days of going through those cycles, usually in the same order as the day before, and then again the day after, it all became routine. A routine dug deep, all the way to bedrock. We yearn for the. Why is so many Minecraft references in this book? Maybe that's just me. Jackie gave up on breaking it. You can't break bedrock, Jackie. You know that. Oh wait, no, she doesn't know that. This is after. This is like 173 years. Wait, how many? When did the flare hit? When did the flare hit? When did the flare hit? Um. Oh wait, that's 100 years in the future. All right, yeah. All of this is like way far in the future. The flare outbreak is in the year 2136. Yeah, yeah. So they knew about they would have known about Minecraft, but it's so far away that they wouldn't have known about Minecraft. How time changes everything, chat. Jackie gave up on breaking it, even if she had wanted to. Yep, you can't break bedrock, Jackie. Now you learned. Now you know the first rule of Minecraft. That's not the first rule of Minecraft. First rule of Minecraft is punch a log. First came the morning wake up, usually to the brightly beaming face of Dominic, the human rooster, who apparently didn't need sleep anymore. Next came the groggy blah of getting up and at 'em, as her dad used to say. The stretching, the yawning, the meager breakfast, the chit chat, the breaking of camp, the dread of following Isaac and Sedina's trail for yet another day, lost within yet another week. Always close, never far, never there. It was like watching one snail chase another. The first scoot an inch, the second guy follows, no progress whatsoever. But on they went, and on they'd go. For Sedina, for Isaac. Walk all day, make camp, sleep, start again the next morning. Dominic's face like the Dominic's face like the rising. Oh, there's a comma there. Walk all day, make camp, sleep, start again the next morning. Dominic's face like the rising sun. She lost track of how many times the daily cycle had begun and ended, but the current one seemed much like the others. Except for the river. The river brought change, and the change brought hope, even though there wasn't much of a reason for it. She happily accepted it all the same. They'd been hiking for hours along the west bank of the wide, swift river they'd come across the night before, keeping close to its edge. The water was deep and the current imposing, the roar of its constant cascade a pleasant chorus that brought her peace. Enough rocks jutted from the surface to break the flow with white splashes and spray and foams, eddies and ripples and sideways flumes. The whole ride of movement had the bewildering effect of seeming frozen to her. Nothing changed even as the river did. Nothing changed even as the river did, nothing but the immeasurable immensity of the water passing by in a blur, each drop of it never to be seen again. Such was her attention on this wonder of nature that she forgot the simple task of watching where she was going. A small depression in the ground caught her foot, and 2 seconds later she had smacked her face on the ground. Ow! Poor, poor Jackie. Spitting out dirt, she looked up, and to her mortification, every single person in the group had stopped to stare at her. How embarrassing. Painful and embarrassing. Insult to injury. You okay? Miyoko asked, trying to hold in a laugh. Nah! Jackie wiped her face and stood up, refusing to show any signs of the pain in her knees, skinned hands, and bruised face. Glad my klutzy butt could entertain you all. You're welcome, Dominic said. This got everyone to take their eyes off of her and onto him, though they should have been used to his comments that almost, but didn't, make sense. Oddly, as the others looked away, her own eyes focused on a spot far downriver, almost to the horizon. She didn't know if the others had noticed it yet, but she sure hadn't. Is that a bridge? She asked, pointing. Everyone turned to see what she was talking about. almost like the shadow image of a crescent moon. The large structure definitely stretched across the expanse of the waterway. There was nothing else it could be. Old Man Frypan was the one to answer. I'm damn near 90 years old, and I got the vision of a one-eyed bat. Am I really the only one who noticed that a half hour ago? It's so funny. Nobody responded to that, probably feeling like Jackie, a little bit of awe mixed with a strange shifting of time. Like the ground beneath them had suddenly turned into sand. She couldn't put a finger on it, but there was something foreboding about the bridge. And maybe a drifting of mist or cloud had dissipated, because it seemed a lot clearer now, maybe a mile away. Dominic asked a very reasonable question. Are we sure we want to walk near that thing? My mom used to tell me a story about trolls that live under a bridge. Scared the crap out of me. You saying you think a troll might live under that bridge? Trish shot back, always loving an opportunity to rib one of her oldest friends. I honestly don't think trolls are real. In fact, I'm 99% certain. Cranks are, he responded. Bridges seem like places a crank might live, or hang themselves from. I bet there's a few cranks hanging from that bridge. Did you eat some wild mushrooms? Miyoko asked. Maybe don't do that anymore. The more they spoke, the more their words slowly faded to a weird, muffled buzz, drowned out by the rushing waters of the river. Because she thought she saw something, despite the distance. She was almost sure of it. Guys, she said, but not loud enough to make them shut up. Guys! This time she damn near shouted it. When they finally gave her their full attention, she pointed exactly as she had done a couple of minutes earlier. I doubt they're cranks, she said, her voice shaky, either from excitement or fear. She truly did not know. Something is moving on that bridge. They all turned their heads at once, and her doubts dissolved. Almost in a whisper to herself, she said, maybe it's them. Isaac and Sedina. But no, it's really Minho. I'm reading ahead, chat. I'm sorry, but I'm looking at the words and they're like making things happen in my brain. And okay, it's all coming to a head. Everyone's meeting up together on the bridge. The bridge is the place. The bridge is where it's at, y'all. Part 4, Isaac. There's a woman over there. Letty said it, standing at the entrance to the dilapidated bridge, a thing that had seemed a quaint relic of the past until she said those words. He and Sedina were sitting on a rock in the bridge's shadow, enjoying the respite from the sun. Are they all gonna get into? They're all gonna get into the truck, and they're all gonna drive north, right? They're all gonna drive north in the truck together. Or is there enough space in the truck? I guess they can sit in the back, right? More company. Letty said it, standing at the entrance to the dilapidated bridge, a thing that seemed a quaint relic of the past until she said those words. He and Sedina were sitting on a rock in the bridge's shadow, enjoying the respite from the sun. It had been a simple statement, a simple observation, dead, but an oily dread slicked the back of Isaac's throat. Simone had been rummaging through their meager belongings, starting the process of setting up camp, but stiffened and dropped everything, ran to where Letty stood. After Isaac and Sedina exchanged a worried look, they did the same. Soon the four of them were lined up, facing the long length of the bridge, which looked like it had melted and twisted in the sun, rusted in the rain, half of its former parts long fallen into the rushing waters below. The structure seemed one stiff wind from completely collapsing, but it held. It held for now, enough of it still put together for someone to walk across. Someone was a lady, carefully picking her way across along the treacherous carefully picking her way along the treacherous steel skeleton. She was heading toward them, maybe a third of the way across. She waved an arm in greeting, and for a split second, Isaac thought she'd lose her balance and tumble from the precarious perch. But far too cheerfully, she continued her approach. Roxy's so nice. Simone then said something that Isaac truly hoped the lady didn't hear. Did we kill her? Letty's response was even worse. Ah, poor Minho. Yes. They're just kidding, Isaac thought. No, they'd killed Kletter. Images of his family flashed across his mind. Of Kletter, of water and blood, and death. Waving his arms, he yelled at the lady to go back, to run away. Timon started to laugh. The lady kept coming. Oh my god, this is about to get bad, chat. This is about to get bad. Part 5, Minho. Roxy! He had sprinted to the edge of the bridge's entrance, feeling as if his feet had barely made contact with the ground beneath. not quite ready to bound across the sketchy, rusted remains had been of what had once been a mighty structure. He stopped and yelled her name again. She turned her head to look back at him and expected a glare of annoyance. The feeling would have been mutual, but instead she had a genuine expression of excitement, of a childlike glee. Her eyes wide and a smile stretched across her face. It made her look 20 years younger. Come on, she yelled to him. It's totally solid and safe. The four strangers spotted earlier stood on the far side of the bridge, lined up like young orphans waiting to be handed instructions for their next trial. They didn't seem especially menacing, but they didn't exactly scream friendliness either. Roxy, we have no idea who those people are. Get back over here. She was a sweet woman, an innocent woman, a trusting woman, the biggest evidence of which had been how quickly she'd warmed up to the orphan himself when he'd strangled when he'd straggled up to her house weeks ago, haggard and hungry. Not once had she shown the slightest suspicion toward him. Couldn't let her make that mistake again. Please, Roxy, just come back and we'll figure this out. Poor Roxy. At least she stopped. At least she thought about it. Beneath her, the river raged, its watery roar permeating the air along with the mist that rose like smoke from its churning surface. He didn't want her to fall. He didn't want her to keep crossing the bridge. She just stood there, and the seconds stretched out like taffy. The strangers hadn't moved a muscle. They appeared to be talking, maybe even saying things to Roxy, but the orphan couldn't make out a single word, and still she didn't move. Maybe a sudden fear had paralyzed her, a sudden realization of the rash decision she'd made. Roxy? He still had to shout to be heard over the river, but he tried to make it as gentle as possible. Roxy, just come back to this side. She might as well have been dipped in plaster and left to dry. A lady from the other group moved, walking forward onto the bridge, just a few feet. Metallic shrieks twisted in the air when she stepped on a weak spot in the structure. It phased her enough to stop. Roxy's still a statue. That decided it. The orphan, being careful with each step, picked his way onto the rickety wreck and headed for his friend. Creaks and groans, cracks sounded with every footfall. But the tortured metal gave without breaking. The woman on the far side reached into a pocket. She has a weapon, he thought. Not a doubt in his mind. He ran forward, forgetting any sense of caution. He had to save Roxy. Had to, just like Kit. The orphan remembered his lifetime of training. The orphan was ready to kill to protect his friend. The orphan tripped, hit his head, and fell through a gaping hole in the bridge floor. Roxy probably heard the splash. Poor mean. Oh my god. It's subverted expectations yet again. Oh my god, poor guy. He's in the freaking water. So they're gonna kill poor Roxy. And then Minho's gonna meet up with Jackie and their crew. Probably gonna fish him out of the river. They're about a mile away from the bridge that all of this is transpiring on. Poor Roxy. I don't think she stands a chance. I really don't think. Oh my god, poor lady. Part 6, Jackie. She saw her friends. There was no doubt. Isaac and Sedina. Jackie and the others were running now, all of them, even old man Frypan, though he was lagging behind. He yelled at Jackie to keep going when she turned around to wait for him. Miyoko was beside her, Dominic too, Lacey right on their heels. Miss Cohen was just ahead, shockingly fast. The other council members kept up for the most part. Carson's long legs almost spirited him to the front of the pack, but not quite. Trish led a sprint, her speed like a four-legged animal, her movement almost a blur. The river splashed and roared to the right. A cloud went in front of the sun, which was almost to the horizon, casting an eerie pall over the hilly land. The bridge ahead grew bigger with each step, yet still seemed impossibly far away, too far away. Isaac and Sedina stood at the west entrance to the twisted structure, two others nearby. A woman was on the bridge, maybe a third of the way coming from the east, and something had just fallen into the river, barely making a splash. Oh, poor Beano! Oh, poor guy! They just saw the bare minimum splash that he produced falling into the damn river. Probably a piece of steel that had jarred loose. Jackie knew they'd be noticed soon, despite the sounds of the river and the wind, the distractions of the open land and the twilight sky. She didn't know what they were going to do once they got there, although they outnumbered the people who had taken their friends. She ran. The others ran. Up ahead, the man next to Sedina turned and looked at them. So Timon has noticed them. I hope Roxy doesn't die. And that's all I'm saying right now is that poor lady. I hope she doesn't die. She's too kind for this world. Although Jackie's group coming upon everybody may be her saving grace. That may be why she gets spared. Other things they have to deal with. Okay, we're close to the end here, chat. We're also close to 11 o'clock, so I think we're like right on course to finish part 4. Like as we breach the next hour. 7. Isaac. He had to do something. He knew he had to do something. Things were happening so fast. A guy had just tripped and fallen through a thin gap in the bridge, falling 20 or 30 feet into the rushing waters below. The woman on the bridge had screamed but still hadn't moved, as if she'd frozen in fear. And there was Letty, who'd taken a few steps onto the bridge, then stopped, reaching into her pocket for who knew what. A man was at risk of drowning, but no one on their side had acted yet. We have to save that guy, Sedina yelled. She started to move, but Timon grabbed her by the wrist. Let go of me, she said it so coolly that Timon actually released her. I'll go, the man said. You stay here. Nice. Save him, please. I don't know that any of these people that we're following are bad guys. Even Alexandra, I mean, she doesn't seem like a horrible person. We don't know what her true goal is, but like all these people, like I mean, Minho doesn't seem like a back, and he's changed. He's had some character development. Okay, please don't let them die. Please don't let them die. Okay, okay. I'll go, the man said. You stay here and watch Letty slice that woman's throat like she did Kletter. She nodded toward the potential victim. What is wrong with you people? Isaac wanted to know the answer to that question, feeling as frozen as the terrified stranger on the bridge. Letty was acting weird. She moved back from the bridge, but instead of scanning the river for the man who'd fallen, she kept gazing at the sky, as if wondering how much rain they might get before the sun set. Simone turned to head for the riverbank, glancing casually back in the direction from which they'd traveled to get there. He stopped, his eyes widening. Isaac quickly spun around to see what he had spotted. A few hundred yards away, a group of people, maybe 10 or so, were running along the banks of the river toward the bridge. They were spread out, some running faster than others, one person clearly in the lead, and he didn't need to see much detail to know who she was. He had to stop himself from shouting, even though it was obvious. Timon had seen the same thing. Isaac elbowed Sadina, gestured at their new visitors. She wasn't able to hold back. Trish! She screamed, already moving toward her approaching girlfriend. Timon grabbed her for a second time in the last minute. No, you don't, he said, his voice grinding, threatening against the backdrop of the river's roar. You better tell them to stop where they are, or the lady on the bridge is going to be the least of your worries. Tell them! Isaac did it for her, holding his hands up, pushing his arms away from his body several times, urging them to halt, to stay away. Not a single one of them obeyed. Trish was only 100 meters from them, now the rest lumbering along behind her. He could see, way in the back, Old Man Frypan trotting as if any step might be his last. Poor old man. You got it. Keep going, Frypan. I warned you. No, okay, so maybe we don't want him to keep going. There's a lot of danger up ahead. I warned you, Timon said, but instead of doing anything, he looked at Letty, maybe assuming that she'd pull out the knife that had killed Kletter. But Letty was still looking up at the clouds, not the slightest sign of concern on her face. Please don't hurt them, Sedina said. I swear on this godhead that you won't shut up about that. If you hurt a single one of them, I won't care about myself anymore. If it takes my last breath to get it done, you're dead. Isaac had never heard her say anything like it in the entire time he'd known her. Trish was almost upon them, just seconds away, shouting Sedina's name. Letty, seemingly for the first time, noticed the oncoming rush of people. She didn't reach for a knife or anything else. With an exaggerated sigh, she sat down on the line where the steel of the bridge met the decaying surface of the road. Simone, calm yourself and take a seat. The woman said as the other three looked down at her with shocked expressions. And whatever you do, don't try to hurt anybody. This is exactly what we wanted, what we came here for. Simone's eyes met Isaac's. Isaac shrugged, baffled as to what Letty meant. Simone sat down. Sedina ran off for Trish. The destined meeting. This is exactly what we wanted, what we came here for. This bridge? Is it the bridge? Is it the bridge that she's referring to? What is it? What is it exactly? Was it foretold that they would meet Roxy? They had a vision of Roxy frozen on the bridge with Minho in the river below. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. This is a twist. Thought they were murderous. She said to kill them, but she's already given up. Given up on the attack. It's time to talk. Part 8. Minho. Save him! Save him! So many sensations all at once. Piercing, biting cold, clothes and hair soaked in heavy, the rush and gurgle of water from all directions, liquid in his nose and mouth, trying to force itself down his throat. It's just following gravity. It's just going path of least resistance. That's what water does. It always follows the path of least resistance. The raw, rough ache of coughing and spitting it back out. Disorientation as he spun and twisted in the river. The pain and as seemingly every the pain as seemingly every part of his body smacked against the rocks. Ow, and so painful. It all reminded him of something, in an odd place of his mind that thought about such things, even as he was being whisked away from the bridge and Roxy, maybe to his death. It reminded him of the time he and Orange had stolen a couple of artillery suits and tried them without a single hour of training. The medium had been air and gravity back then, but the nausea and pain had been just as stark. Air and gravity, artillery suits. What's an artillery suit? I don't think this is what it is. This is artillery jacket from like the during the Civil War times. Nope, definitely not. Yeah, doesn't seem like it's anything but something that exists in this world. The medium had it reminded him of the time he and Orange had stolen a couple of artillery suits and tried them without a single hour of training. The medium had been air and gravity back then, but the nausea and pain had been just as stark. His head burst above the water. He spit, then sucked in a quick breath before dropping below the surface again. His back hit a rock. Ow! He spun from feet first to head first. Once again, his face found the open air. He'd been grasping and clawing for anything to hold on to since he'd fallen, but now he saw an actual beacon of hope. A fallen tree on the western bank, its branches extending at least 2 dozen meters across the river. The orphan grabbed one of the branches, felt his body jerk to a halt, and his legs swing around to a point downriver. Suddenly, the force of the current was like 100 hands pulling on his clothes, his feet, his arms, a gale of water beating against his face as he held on tightly. The slightest mistake, the slightest slip, and he'd be shot off. Poor guy. But he was an orphan, trained from birth to defeat human and beast, nature and pain, although he had to admit to himself they'd never said a word about being dragged down a raging river. He solidified the grip of his right hand, squeezing his fingers against the wet bark until it hurt. Then he released his left hand, held it against the torrent of pressure, wanting to throw it downstream. He crossed over his right arm and grabbed a branch a half meter closer to the bank. He tightened that grip and released the other hand, reached toward the bank, grabbed slimy wood again. He did this over and over until he brushed against the actual trunk of the felled tree, which served to deflect some of the pressure. From there, it was easy. Branch by branch, he pulled himself along the trunk, climbing the tree in reverse toward the western side of the river. Soon he reached dry land and pulled himself onto the steep shore, collapsing on his back. He stared at the sky, the clouds thickening, dusk almost upon them, as he coughed and sputtered to get his breath. A few seconds passed, then everything came back to his wearied mind. He scrambled to his feet, using the massive roots of the tree for purchase. He climbed the bank until he reached the flat spot of grassy earth, and he looked. He floated at least a kilometer from the bridge, maybe more, now on the opposite side of where they'd parked the truck. The grayness of the twilight air made it impossible to know the distance for sure, And no matter how hard he squinted, he couldn't see whether Roxy was still standing on the bridge or what was happening with the strangers they'd encountered, now on the same side as he was. There was nothing he could do but run to find out. First, he snapped the long length of thick branch off the tree that had saved him. He held it up in both hands, weighing it, judging it a weapon. With no other choice, it would do. I hope he doesn't. Please don't let him kill anybody. Please, they have to. Please let them come to an understanding. No one else needs to die. We're still sad about Chuck's death in the last book chat. Why? Poor Chuck. Got that knife thrown into him. He held it up in both hands, weighing it, judging it. With no other choice, it would do. He then left the tree behind, sprinting toward the bridge, toward Roxy. My name is Minho, he thought. It gave him strength. Part 9. Jackie. Trish and Sedina had yet to let go of each other, kissing and hugging, then kissing and hugging in a loop that might last another day or two. Old Man Frypan had been the last to arrive at the bridge, breathing so hard that Jackie had to look away, terrified he was going to collapse with a heart attack. Maybe if she didn't watch, he'd be okay. Poor guy. Instead, she focused on the woman and strange man sitting at the foot of the bridge, the people who'd taken Isaac and Sedina. At least, she assumed that's what had happened. The stranger didn't say a word, and Isaac was too busy greeting all the friends he'd probably thought he'd never see again. Or maybe that wasn't the case at all. This hardly seemed like a rescue, and she was very confused. Dominic had given Isaac a good old-fashioned bear hug, lifting his friend off the ground and swinging him around 3 times until both of them were probably nauseous. Now Dominic came up to her, and then Miyoko joined them as well. The 3 of them watched the ongoing reunions as Sedina finally realized that her own mom was waiting to get a hug herself. A half hour ago, it seemed like the world was ending, Jackie said. Now it's like we're back on the island, about to have the midsummer festival. Our lives are not normal. I don't get it, Miyoko replied. I mean, who are these people? He gave a stiff nod at the strangers who looked on with faces devoid of expression. The big man was not pleasant to look upon. Why don't we ask them? Dominic didn't wait for a response before walking toward the spot where the man and woman sat. Jackie and Miyoko had no choice but to follow him. Who are you guys? It wasn't the best of greetings, but certainly got to the point. The man, one of the largest people Jackie had ever seen, was the one to respond. I'm Timon. This is Letty. You want answers? Ask her. Okay, Dominic replied. Lady, can you give us some answers? The woman didn't respond, just looked up at the sky as if she were bored. Jackie decided that a little tact might rescue the situation. My name's Jackie, this is Miyoko, and this is Dominic. You can obviously see that we're friends of Isaac's and Sedina's. Were you the ones who took them? Did you kill Kletter? Tact be damned, remembering the sight, did you kill Kletter? Tact be damned, remembering the sight of Kletter's bloody throat washed Tact into the river. Before anyone could answer, Dominic made a strange gasping noise and pointed toward the middle of the bridge. Who is that? Jackie had almost forgotten about the woman she'd noticed earlier, standing there as if frozen, stuck closer to the other bank. She must have overcome her apparent fears because she was now picking her way across the treacherous skeleton of a bridge well over halfway. That doesn't look safe, Miyoko whispered. Should we go out and help her? The woman named Letty stood up and brushed off her pants. I'll do it. Wait, Jackie said. I think she's going to be fine. The stranger had regained a lot of her strength and confidence, almost bouncing from foot to foot as she picked up speed. They all stayed silent and watched as she got closer. The woman was probably around 50 years old, but judging by the lines on her face and the weariness in her eyes, life had put up a hard battle. Finally, she made it. Leaning down to catch her breath, she sputtered out some words. That was not easy, folks. Not easy at all. Classic Roxy. Classic Roxy here. What's your name? Letty asked. She was reaching into a small pack that had a strap slung over her shoulder. Go on, catch your breath. That's okay. Tell us your name when you can. The woman stood up, puffed her chest out a little. She probably didn't appreciate the condescending tone she'd been greeted with. My name is Roxy. Thanks for asking. My friend fell off this gosh darn bridge, and I'd appreciate your help trying to find him. He's a tough young fellow, so my guess is he's fine, but she glanced around in uncertainty, perhaps wondering whether she had just walked into a pack of marauding murderers. She glanced around in uncertainty, perhaps wondering whether she had just walked into a pack of marauding murderers. I'll help you, Jackie said. All of us will. Come on. But she'd barely moved one step when Letty pulled a gun from her knapsack, damn it, and pointed it in the air. An actual gun. She pulled the trigger and the boom of it seemed to shatter Jackie's eardrums and anything else that might be inside her skull. She stumbled away, her hands on her ears, cowering as if the shot might shatter a glass ceiling above them. The hell was that for? Miyoko yelled. Jackie had never seen a gun before coming across the sea. He hoped to never see one again. Miss Cohen, Wilhelm, Alvarez, Old Man Frypan, everybody had been slowly making their way over to the bridge. Sedina and Trish stood the furthest away, but now they came marching in. Something told Jackie that Sedina had already had quite enough of this crazy lady and wasn't scared of her anymore. Everybody just calm yourselves, Letty said. She slowly lowered her arm and pointed the gun directly at their newest friend, Roxy, who had the bravery to keep standing tall. Stay where you are, exactly where you are, and I'll explain what's going on. So she seems to know Roxy from what's going on here, right? Hmm. Sedina, Isaac, don't get brave on me. I've noticed you two these last few days. I know you think it's time to mutiny, take over the bad lady and her giant friend. I have to say, you should be embarrassed you didn't try it earlier. Isaac was standing a few feet from Jackie, having stayed quiet through all the new developments. But he bristled at this. Whatever, Letty. We knew our friends were right on our tails, and we're not stupid. Now it looks like you're the stupid one. What are you gonna do? Shoot us one by one until we overpower you? And you choose some lady we don't even know to be the first one down? Not very nice, Roxy said out of the side of her mouth, her eyes fixed on the end of the gun. I'm probably the nicest one here. Just ask Minho. I think one of you should probably die first, actually. Should we vote? Oh my god. Jackie liked this one. Sense of humor till the very end. Letty lowered her gun, then dropped it onto the ground with a clatter. I'm not killing anyone. Relax. I just wanted to get everyone's attention. Oh, freaking Letty, stupid butthole. I only had one mission in all of this, and Timon doesn't even know what it was. Let's just say, well, I'll use a very old phrase. I'll use a very old phrase I've read about in the history books. Mission accomplished. My job is done. What's that supposed to mean? The man named Timon asked. What are you talking about, Letty? Hmm. Jackie really wanted to hear the answer to that, but she noticed something creep over the railing of the bridge, right above the bank that sloped up to the spot. It was a man, dripping wet, a giant tree branch clutched in one hand. What the? Oh no! Oh no! She scarcely noticed him before the man became a blur of dark movement. He flashed across the 2 meters or so between the railing and where Letty stood, who noticed him at the very last second. Too late. With a savage brutality and strangely without making the slightest sound, not even so much as a grunt of effort, the man swung the club of wood and smashed it against the side of Letty's head. The wet thunk of it was the sound Jackie wished she hadn't heard. Several people in the group let out a sharp scream at the sudden attack. Letty collapsed to the ground in a heap, her bloodied head coming to rest just inches from where Timon looked on in complete shock. Everyone stood still, frozen by the abrupt, violent turn of events. The man who bashed Letty's head was breathing heavily. He threw away the thick branch he'd used as a weapon. The clatter of it against the railing of the bridge was like a bell tolling. He looked up at them. He was soaking wet, dark hair plastered to his head, a mishmash of clothes sticking to his very fit body. He had he had dark eyes that somehow still shone with an intense light. My name is Minho, he said quietly, almost speaking to himself. Part 10, Isaac. He'd been through some crazy chunks of minutes in his life, especially in the last several months, but Isaac thought that maybe the last few minutes had topped them all. He'd been so overwhelmed by the events as they took place that he'd stood in one spot, looking from person to person as their part in the play came on stage. And now some crazy man had jumped over the railing of the bridge like a monkey and bashed Letty's head with a giant stick. Then he said something. His name was Minho? Dominic repeated. You're named after the Minho? Isaac looked at his friend. That's the first question you have? As for Minho himself, he ignored them all and went to Roxy, pulling her into a hug as strong and genuine as the one Trish had given Sedina, enough to squeeze every last drop of air from her lungs, as a son would hug his mom, Isaac thought with a tweak of pain. I mean, Letty's kind of a butthole, so I mean, she's probably dead. Minho probably smashed the crap out of her. Poor lady, but I mean, she was the meanest one. Oh, okay. Hopefully she's not dead. Hopefully she's not. She was about to give us answers. I mean, we don't want anyone to be dead. Right. We won't know until we keep moving on. Timon the gentle giant seemed as lost in the last few moments as the rest of them. He'd crawled over to the very spot which their newest visitor had leaped onto the bridge, leaned his back against it, and was staring with lifeless eyes at his partner, slack on the ground. Her chest moved up and down, still alive, but her bloody head sure didn't look too good. Yep. Ouch. Someone needed to take charge of all this madness and figure things out, but Isaac didn't, and she was the only one who knew. That's the thing. She was the only one, but Isaac didn't feel like he was that person. He stepped over to where Sedina was whispering something to her mom, poking her on the shoulder until he had her attention. He said simply, "Will you do something, please?" "What do you want me to do?" Isaac shrugged in frustration. "I don't know, but something isn't right. Letty said that she'd done her job, that this is exactly what was supposed to happen." "What did she mean?" Instead of answering, Sedina turned toward her mom. "You've been a boss for years. Time to earn your money." She smiled as she said it, and Isaac really realized she didn't care what was going on. She'd been reunited with Trish and her mom in one fell swoop, and the lady who tormented her was lying on the ground with a dented head. Cohen was ready, taking on the mantle. She walked over to where the man named Minho was. Minho and his grandma, were standing side by side, several feet onto the bridge. On the way over, Miss Cohen leaned over and picked up the gun that Letty had dropped. She shoved it in her back pocket as if she knew exactly what she was doing. Isaac knew the woman had never shot a gun or even held one in her long life. "Said your name's Minho?" she asked the man, whose expression was caught somewhere between dark brooding and relief. "And you're Roxy?" Roxy was the one to answer. "That's who we are, and we've been traveling for weeks to find a better place. Looks like we took a wrong turn. Mind telling us who all these people are? Why that nasty woman pulled a weapon on me? It's a good thing Minho showed up, because not one of you lifted a damn finger." "She had a gun," Miss Cohen replied, She had a gun, Miss Cohen replied, calm, soothing her voice. As if that were answer enough, she then walked over to Timon, squatting, and shrunk against the railing. It was the first time Isaac had ever seen him look small. "And you? I hear your name is Timon. You chose the wrong daughter from the wrong mother to kidnap. What the hell is going on? Why'd you take them? Why'd you kill Kletter?" Surprising everyone watching, she then kicked Timon in the leg, though it barely budged in response. "Explain yourself!" she yelled, then kicked him again. The trace of calm from seconds earlier had vanished in the smoke of rage. Timon wearily gazed up at her. "Lady, I'm as confused as you are. I didn't kill your friend, for one thing. And another, I came on this mission to bring your daughter back to people. People who need her to do good things. Not bad things, good things. Other than that, I have no idea what's going on. Letty was hiding something for sure. Something, that's for sure." Miss Cohen didn't respond, but she also didn't take her eyes off the man. She was almost shaking with anger. Isaac wondered if maybe somebody else should have taken charge after all. As if in response to the thought, Old Man Frypan appeared from the back of the group. He was a moving statue of wisdom and experience, and they all knew the things he'd been through long before a single one of them had been born. Although he was visibly wearied from the weeks of marching and the day of running, his voice came out steady and strong as he addressed Timon. "From what I've heard so far, young man, one thing sticks out to me like fire in a cornfield. Something that sounds all too familiar and makes my hackles rise to the moon. What the hell you want our Sedina for? What do you mean by they need her to do good things? Speak, boy, and don't lie to a man who's on the wrong side of 90. Got no time for it." Timon finally seemed cowed by somebody. "The Godhead. They sent me. I came all the way from Alaska. They knew what was going on down in California. They knew about Sedina, about her ties to back then. The Godhead know everything. Why do you think they call them the Godhead?" "Don't get smart with me," Frypan shot back, making Isaac want to pump his fist. "What's this fool nonsense you spouting? What Godhead? How in the real God's name could they possibly know about Sedina?" Timon appeared genuinely miserable. Perhaps wishing that he'd been the one conked over the head. "Listen, we know about Kletter, the place they call the villa, the voyage to the island, the Godhead probably had something to do with it. They don't tell me stuff, but if you don't realize there was something bigger behind the trip to the Mooney Island, then you're as big a fool as I am. The Godhead need her for the next stage of evolution." So Godhead probably has spies in the villa. And so they're the ones who got who told those scientists about Sedina and her heritage and had the whole expedition set up. This is probably all orchestrated by Alec. It would not be Alexandria. It was probably all orchestrated by Nicholas, right? Right? Possibly. Okay. 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 Yeah, well, I think Nicholas is the mastermind behind all of these. Old man fry pan grew visibly frustrated. Anybody else want to turn that kicking this big fella? The more words that come out of his mouth, the less sense he makes. Oh, the more words that come out of his mouth, the less he makes sense. Isaac almost volunteered, although he didn't altogether hate the man. Letty had channeled most of his hate in her direction. I know exactly what he's talking about. All heads turned to the one named Minho. Isaac swore the young man had grown a few inches taller and miraculously dried off from his unfortunate spill into the river. Yeah, Frypan replied. Then I'd love to hear it. Here we are, chat. Lore, we're finally learning things. And with that, next time on Satyen, I'm just kidding. Cliffhangers, yes. Although we will be ending soon. It's already 11:11. Make a wish. I wish that you have a great day. Yeah, we got like 10 more pages. All right, chat. Here we go. Minho looked so serious, so dangerous in that moment that Isaac took a step back. I came from a place called the Remnant Nation. We know all about this godhead stationed up in Alaska. You could say there are our sworn enemies. I've been taught from the first memory to my last that we should hate them. They represent the flare and everything that comes with it. They want to accept it, embrace it, manipulate it, make it work for us and not against us. My people only see the evil in the flare and devoted to eradicating every last speck of virus from the world. You're talking about two religions here, both in a race to the end, and one won't rest until the other's gone. Dominic sighed and whispered under his breath, I was really hoping for a happier story than that. Old man Frypan pointed down at Timon. So you two are mortal enemies. Is that what you're telling me? After all that crap that's hit this world? Minho shook his head. I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say anything like that. I happen to think for myself, and I have reasons for being out here. Those reasons are my own, and not to share. Trust me, Roxy added, patting Minho on the arm, as if proud of him. He's as good as they come, and if you gotta choose a side, I choose his. Not that. She waved at Letty on the ground, gave her a disgusted look, then waved at Timon. Not the ones with guns who run around threatening people. Isaac couldn't have agreed more. Old man Frypan was about to respond, but then stopped, mouth halfway open, the words frozen on his lips. He looked around him as if a fly had buzzed in and was driving him crazy. What's that noise? He asked. As if a lever had been pulled, Isaac now heard it too. A thrumming sound, deep, vibrating in the air. It's a helicopter! Deep, vibrating the air, coming from all directions at once and growing in volume. It was like the land beneath their feet had turned into a giant piece of metal and someone had struck it like a gong. Isaac could feel the trembling in his feet, in his ears, in his bones. Okay, so it's not a helicopter, it's coming from the ground. Tanks? It's a bunch of tanks? Army tanks? He and the others were like children looking for a lost pet, slowly spinning to look in all directions for the source, stumbling into each other, asking the same questions. What the hell was that noise? In a matter of seconds, without any one individual pointing it out, they all naturally turned toward the east, from where it had become obvious the noise was coming. Shadows blotched the dusty, overcast sky, but these were no clouds. At least a dozen dark shapes hovered above the horizon, as if by magic, flying towards the bridge from the distant mountains. Although they appeared small at first, almost unmoving, they were growing in size and obviously flying in low. Isaac knew it wasn't magic. He had been taught his history. He knew of such things, machines defying gravity, balloons, planes, helicopters, bergs, spacecraft, but never would he have guessed as a child that someday he might see one himself, or a dozen. As he saw now of varying sizes, most were wide, round, metallic, maybe the size of 2 or 3 yurts back home smashed together. A couple of them were much larger than the others. Minho, Old Man Frypan asked. Timon, either one of you know anything about this? The cacophonous noise had grown gradually until it seemed like it had been there all along. The roar of the river times 1,000. The machines were almost on them, impossible slabs of metal shooting through the sky. Isaac, in a sudden and inexplicable fit of bravery, ran up to the man named Minho and grabbed him by the shoulder, forced him to turn and face him. What are they? Isaac yelled. What's happening? Minho met his eyes, stunned, lost. He didn't answer the question, but he did respond, saying the same thing twice, barely loud enough to be heard. They knew all along. They knew all along. It's the remnant nation. They chased Minho to the edges of the earth. All right, chat. Here we are. Chapter 12, the last chapter that we shall be reading for today. Chapter 12, Machines of the Earth. Part 1, Alexandra. They hadn't seen the real sun even though it had risen hours ago, and the fake one barely gave any light at the moment. She sat on a chair, and her pilgrims sat on the ground, their heads bowed. Above them, the great stone ceiling of the cavern hung like heavy clouds, but never moving, always thick and dark, always reminding you that a single crack of nature and the world might come tumbling down and crush you. Have you seen enough? She asked, her voice sharply echoing amongst the remnants of the maze, despite how quietly she'd spoken. All around them, monoliths of broken rock and pillars of shattered cement lay scattered like the building blocks of a huge child. Her newest servants, as devout as the Evolutionary Guard, had barely been able to keep their eyes inside their sockets with all the gaping they'd done during the walk to the glade of old. Whispers of "Yes, goddess," and "Yes, O Holy One" skittered through the air like the ragged footsteps of mice. Even Manus, her horned friend, who was so vital to the upcoming day's plans, tried to act the part, although he tossed a quick roll of the eyes when possible. So he's just giving lip service over here. Before them, directly at her back, lay the wide open box, its rusted metal doors slid into the recessions hidden under the stone floor. The revealed hole was dark and deep, not showing the slightest hint of what lay below. It didn't matter. Every person on the ground at her feet knew that it was the greatest of blasphemies to open the box. They had been taught their entire lives that it was to be sealed forever. Do you believe me? She asked, even quieter. Oh, do you believe me? She asked, even quieter this time. Same whispers of affirmation cut across the vastness of the cavern. You had them. Simply allowing the pilgrims to see the ruins of the maze would have been enough to buy their eternal loyalty, to take her every word as scripture, her every command as law. They would do anything she asked without exception, and one day, although they didn't know it, she was committed to rewarding them with the closest thing to life eternal that mere mortals would ever know again. What do you think you're doing? She almost jerked her body, almost gasped. Almost, but she didn't. It was Nicholas, first of the three, second to none, or as she liked to think of him, the ugliest and dumbest of them all. She wondered if he knew that he had less than 3 days to live. He had surprised her, but that didn't mean she wasn't prepared. She was always prepared. She turned her body in the chair, saw him standing on the other side of the dark chasm of the box. Thank you for joining us, she said. Joining you, he barked. What? Who are these people? What's going on? He could only show so much anger, only reveal so much truth with actual pilgrims in his presence. So it works in her favor. She play with him a little. She knew that deep down he was already planning a brutal confrontation once they were both in private. Yep. You've made your decisions, she said calmly, counting through the digits in her mind, even as she spoke. You've made your exceptions to the things we've preached for decades. I accept those, as I ask you to accept mine. Do you agree? He hoped the odd, slightly awkward line of questioning would throw him off. She could see the effort he made to maintain his composure, relying on the flaring discipline as much as she. Just explain, he said. He was happy to. I've decided to bring several pilgrims under my direct control to show them things that no one else can see. They'll be able to testify, to preach, to quell the rising curiosity of the other followers in the city. Since you opened the box, I need to have them to help me move in the direction you're planning for. There it is, she thought. If he didn't deny it openly right now, the pilgrims would know for certain that Nicholas had been responsible. He'd given her a bonus. His annoyance might as well have been written on his face with charcoal. But he did his best to recover. With hands clasped behind him, he walked to the edge of the box until he'd reached her, where she still sat, now facing her new devotees. She didn't rise to greet him, nor did she bow her head, and this upset him. To do such a thing with pilgrims present. But now those pilgrims would see that in her own mind, and therefore in her own collectively, he was already their new god. Nicholas ain't shit. Nicholas addressed them. I'm humbled that all of you would be here to see the magnificence of the maze, where all things began. Although I wish Alexandra had given me warning, I accept your pilgrimage. Your god is pleased. Before you decide to spread the word, I ask for time. The godhead must discuss these things and come up with the best plan. Do you understand? He directed this last question at Alexandra, merely looked at him and nodded. Nicholas then did what he used to do all the time. Once upon an age, he stepped through the small crowd of followers and touched them lightly, once on the forehead, once on the nose, once on the chin. He told each pilgrim in turn that he loved them, and that someday soon the evolution would accept them all into its graces. Then he left, not meeting Alexandra's eyes even once since she'd nodded. Got you, she thought. After 30 years, I finally got you. Maybe she'd have to cut them. Maybe she'd have them cut off an ear or two and turn them into holy relics. Hell, maybe she wouldn't stop there. Alexandra was having too much fun, but she knew, somewhere on the periphery of her consciousness, that all of this was to hide a pain that had been trying to break through, break out, crack the surface for a long time. A pain she hadn't thought of for many years. Why, now, did it come to her? For the for the for the thousandth time in her life, she pushed it back into the darkness. Then she stood up, spread her arms to her sides. Pilgrims, arise. Part 2, Isaac. 3 more pages. Yeah. The airship hovered. Airships. Oh my god. This is the future. The airships hovered above them. At least a dozen of things. The hum of the air engines vibrating Isaac's skull. The blue flames that kept them afloat. Blue flames. Oh, cool. That kept them afloat, unlike any fire he'd ever seen. Air swirled in the great pockets, blowing his hair and clothes one way, then blowing them another. He still stood next to Minho, who merely looked up at the flying machines with something like dread. Isaac figured this wasn't a good place to be, but that to run at this point would be as fruitless as using a towel while still in the ocean. Don't panic and remember to bring a towel, chat. Nearby, his friends huddled in small groups. Trish, Sedina, and her mom, Dominic, Miyoko, and Jackie, Alvarez and Wilhelm, Carson and Lacey. Old man Frypan stood apart and alone, his face unreadable as he peered up at their heavenly visitors. Several minutes passed after the flying machines arrived. No further action, no sounds other than the overwhelming roar of their engines. A couple of airships were indeed far larger than the others, cumbersome and clunky, their hulls almost like giant dented globes, where the others were relatively flat, more streamlined for movement. Isaac waited along with the others, wondering what could possibly be in store. Called Bergs, Minho had stepped close enough to say it directly into Isaac's ears. I've heard of those. I knew my people had such things, but not this many. How do you know it's them? Minho pointed at a spot on the bottom edge of the airship, the berg that was directly above them. Simple depiction of a person had been painted there, neither man nor woman, raising their right arm, elbow bent at the right angle. A wide circle of red encircled the hand, which was open with fingers splayed as wide as possible. Jagged points rose above the circle like spheres, maybe a dozen in all, making it look like a wall of an ancient fortress, or perhaps a crown. It's definitely them, Minho shouted, having pulled his head back. It's them, and I think they let me go. Followed me here. I'm sorry, I don't really understand. Isaac pointed at Letty, still prone on the ground. Did it have something to do with her? Have you seen her before? Or him? Now he pointed at Simone, gawking at the ship-spotted sky just as much as anyone else. Never. He might have talked more, but things changed as soon as the word came out of Minho's mouth. The bergs began to move, shifting their positions in a coordinated effort. The 2 spherical behemoths floated to the center of the group, the flatter, smaller ones creating a perimeter around them. The roaring sounds of the blue flames and the mechanical clanking of the machine workings that Isaac didn't understand. The noise of it all slammed into the tiny holes of his ears and pierced his brain. He thought of all the good times he'd had in the forge, making such things as nails and hammers and plows. How outrageously primitive it all seemed now. A crack of light appeared at the bottoms of the 2 globe ships, then expanded as doors slowly, really slowly, began to spread open. At the same time, 3 of the escort bergs on the outside of the group dropped towards the ground, stopping several dozen meters above the whipping grass. Cracks of light appeared in these too, but a different sort. Half of their bottom surfaces lowered away from the ship like a ramp, angling down until their edge stumped to a stop, hovering open in midair. Things appeared in the light from within, shadows moving upon shadows, all of them human-shaped. And then they were tumbling out of the ships from all 3 of them, bodies chained together, clothing in tatters. Tumbling? What the? They just pushed these people out? Flopping like discarded trash on top of each other when they hit the soft, grassy earth. It happened in three spots, together forming a rough semicircle on their side of the bridge, trapping Isaac and his friends. Cranks! Their bodies were moving, pushing and pulling on each other, struggling to stand up. They were human enough, for certain, except the eyes. The eyes had almost no life to them at all. That voice, which had grown quiet in recent days, once again screamed inside Isaac's head. Cranks! Could it be? Could it really be possible? The bridge! Old Man Frypan shouted. Everyone head across the damn bridge! Then he noticed what Isaac was just now seeing. A fourth berg had dropped a pack of bodies on the other side, and they were already stumbling onto the rickety skeleton of steel. Isaac looked back at the other groups. Somehow they stood up, stopped fighting each other, and seemed to be coordinating without words. They spread out, chains linking their hands and feet together, forming a fence that soon stretched in one continuous arc around Isaac's friends, bank to bank in a half circle. The bridge entrance at its core. Trapped. They were really trapped. By cranks, by the boogeyman of every scary story he'd ever been told. He grabbed Minho by the shirt. What can we do? What? What do we do? He was shouting, throwing all the fear he'd ever felt in his life into his words. Minho shook his head, his expression pained, but empty of fear. The guy wasn't scared. Tell your friends, he shouted. Tell them not to fight or they'll be killed. Isaac was ashamed to admit it, but he never once considered fighting, not against an army of cranks in a sky full of flying machines, shooting blue flame like the power of 1,000 forges. After everything, he never felt so completely hopeless as he did in that single moment. He looked up at the hovering globes of metal, their doors now completely open. From within their holes, lowering to the ground like ancient gods, giant machines descended, all steel and glass and wires and hoses and four attachments that extended downward like legs but looked like giant wheels with spikes protruding in all directions. They descended to the ground. They descended to the sound of grinding, angry, screaming metal until they landed with a rumbling boom of thunder that seemed to shake the entire earth. All the while, unconsciously, Isaac and the others had slowly stepped backward to make room for the inexplicable vessels, to avoid being crushed. There was nowhere to run, and there was nowhere to hide. He looked at Sedina, at Trish, at Dominic, at Jackie, at Miyoko, at Old Man Frypan, Carson, Lacey. He looked at all of his friends, even Timon and Letty, even Minho and Roxy. He looked at all of them and wondered simply, and with surprising peace, if it was all over. If, like for many of his ancestors, the world had come to an end. Machines made a horrible screeching sound, the wheels and spikes moving in a coordinated, horrifying dance, and headed toward them. Part 4, Old World, New World. I'm in a truck on a road scattered with the remnants of a world. My life is over. But I don't feel sad. I feel worry and hope for Keisha and her kids. It's enough to push the sorrow aside. I'm so glad I met them before the end. I feel lost for Thomas, Minho, for all of them. But I worry and hope that they'll succeed, that they'll win, that they will survive and be happy. It's enough to push the sorrow aside. What does it matter? The madness is knocking. The madness is creeping in under the door. They say that some things are worse than death. That might be true. Probably is. But life and death are the beginning and end of beauty. You can't have one without the other. I feel like maybe I'm rambling. The Book of Newt, Part 4. Jackie, Chapter 13, Belly of the Beast. Next time on Satyen Reads. All right, everybody. What a wild ride. Ugh! We should be able to finish it up next stream. So we will be done with Maze Cutter soon. Next up, we have Godhead Complex. And then we'll probably get on to Ready Player One. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, joining me, reading along, listening along. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, evening, night, wherever you are, whatever you may be doing. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. I haven't decided yet. Take care. Maybe tomorrow we'll do some Minecraft. Good night. Bye. Drink plenty of water. Get some good food. Wash your damn hands. Don't forget to smile and sing a song. Good night. Bye. 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 Meow 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 meow. That's okay. With wash a damn hands. Don't forget to smile and sing a song. Daddy, daddy, to smile. Okay, we're just, yeah. All right, I'm done. Bye 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 bye.